Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. My best friend Lily and I had been bored out of our minds that whole summer. We'd both turned 18, and our small town didn't offer much excitement for people our age. We'd spend most days hanging out in her basement, watching Netflix and complaining about how we couldn't wait to leave for college in the fall. It was Lily who suggested we make a Ouija board. She'd seen some TikTok about it and thought it would be fun to try. I remember laughing it off at first, telling her that those things were stupid tourist trap toys, but she insisted it could work if we made our own and used it somewhere with energy. Her words, not mine. "Jake, come on," she'd said. "What's the worst that could happen? We get scared for a bit and then have a funny story to tell." So we spent an afternoon creating this homemade Ouija board from cardboard, writing the alphabet with Sharpies, and using an old guitar pick as the planchette. Looking back, I wish I'd just suggested we go to the movies instead. Ravenwood Cemetery was about 4 miles from town, a massive old graveyard that dated back to the 1800s. Everyone knew about it, but few people visited except on Memorial Day. It was surrounded by a tall wrought iron fence with these creepy pointed spikes at the top, and it closed to visitors at sundown. There was always something off about that place, even in broad daylight. The tombstones all crooked and weathered, massive oak trees creating patches of darkness, even on sunny days. We decided to go on a Friday night. I remember checking the weather forecast. Clear skies with a full moon. Perfect for what we had planned. We told our parents we were going to a late movie, then drove my beat-up Honda to the edge of town. We parked about a quarter-mile away from the cemetery entrance, hidden behind some trees where the car wouldn't be spotted from the road. The sun was just setting as we walked toward Ravenwood, the sky turning this deep purple color. Lily had her backpack with our makeshift Ouija board, some candles, and a couple of flashlights. The main gates were locked with a heavy chain, just as we expected. But Lily knew about a spot at the back where the fence had been damaged, creating a gap just big enough for someone to squeeze through if they were determined, and we were. By the time we made it through that gap, full darkness had settled. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and I remember thinking it felt unusually cold for a summer night. The moonlight cast everything in this weird, bluish glow, making the tombstones look almost luminous. Our shadows stretched out long and distorted across the uneven ground. "Where should we set up?" I whispered, though I'm not sure why I was whispering. There was nobody else around for miles. Lily pointed to a flat area surrounded by a semicircle of old tombstones. "There. It looks perfect." I helped her lay out a small blanket on the ground. The grass underneath felt damp, even though it hadn't rained in days. She placed the board in the center and set up 4 candles around it, which flickered in the slight breeze. "I read that we should cleanse the space first," she said, pulling out a bundle of dried herbs. "Sage, I think." She lit it and waved the smoke around us. "It keeps negative energies away." I rolled my eyes but didn't stop her. At that point, it still felt like we were just playing a game. We sat cross-legged on opposite sides of the board. The candles created just enough light to see the letters and numbers we'd drawn. Lily had also added yes, no, and goodbye at the bottom. "Ready?" she asked, her face looking eerie in the candlelight. I nodded, and we both placed our fingers lightly on the guitar pick. "Is anyone here with us tonight?" Lily asked in a clear voice. Nothing happened at first. We sat there for maybe 30 seconds, and I was about to make some sarcastic comment when I felt it, the slightest movement of the planchette under our fingers. It was subtle, like a gentle tug, Are you moving it? I hissed. No, Lily whispered back. I swear I'm not. The pick slowly slid toward yes. My heart started pounding. I was convinced Lily was moving it, but something about her expression made me doubt that. She looked just as surprised as I felt. Who are we speaking with? She asked, her voice shakier than before. The planchette began to move more confidently now, spelling out M-A-N-Y. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The air around us had gone completely still. No breeze, no distant traffic sounds, no crickets chirping. Nothing, just dead silence. What do you mean by many? I asked, surprising myself by engaging with whatever this was. The pick moved again. L-O-S-T-S-O-U-L-S. Lily's eyes widened. Are you from Ravenwood? She asked. S-O-M-E. What happened here? She continued. The planchette began to move faster, almost frantically. D-A-R-K-N-E-S-S-C-A-M-E. Then it spelled out F-I-R-E. When was the fire? I asked, becoming increasingly uneasy. E-I-G-H-T-E-E-N-S-E-V-E-N-T-Y-N-I-N-E. I glanced at Lily. Did you know about any fire in 1879? She shook her head. Never heard of it. The pick continued moving without us asking anything. T-W-E-N-T-Y-T-H-R-E-E-D-I-E-D. 23 people died in a fire in 1879, I clarified. Y-E-S. I think we should stop, I said quietly. The temperature seemed to be dropping by the minute. I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. Lily nodded and moved her fingers toward goodbye. The planchette violently jerked away, sliding rapidly to no. We both pulled our hands back in shock, but the guitar pick continued moving on its own, spelling out N-O-T-Y-E-T. That's when we heard it. A scraping sound coming from somewhere deeper in the cemetery, like stone grinding against stone. Then came the whispers, faint at first, like the sound of leaves rustling, but growing clearer until it seemed like they were circling around us. What the hell is that? I gasped. Lily's face had gone completely white. I don't know. The candles flickered violently despite the complete absence of wind, and then one by one they extinguished. The moonlight was now our only source of illumination. Jake, Lily whispered, her voice trembling. Look. She was pointing at the planchette, which was still moving across the board by itself, spelling W-E-S-E-E-Y-O-U. The whispers grew louder, and I swear I could almost make out words, desperate, pleading voices overlapping with angry, threatening ones. The air felt charged with electricity, making the hair on my arms stand on end. We need to leave. Now. I grabbed Lily's arm, but as I did, I felt something ice-cold brush against the back of my neck. I whirled around, but nothing was there. At least nothing I could see, but I could feel it. Presences, all around us, watching, waiting. Lily screamed and jumped to her feet. Something touched me, she cried, clutching her shoulder. I grabbed the flashlight from her backpack and switched it on, but it flickered weakly before dying completely. The scraping sounds were getting closer, and out of the corner of my eye, I swore I saw movement among the tombstones, dark shapes shifting and sliding between the markers. We didn't even bother packing up our stuff. We just ran, stumbling over uneven ground, tripping on roots and small grave markers. The path that had seemed so clear on our way in now twisted confusingly in the moonlight. It felt like the layout of the cemetery had somehow changed. The whispering followed us, always just behind our backs. Twice I thought I felt cold fingers brush against my ankles, trying to trip me. Lily was sobbing as she ran beside me, and I realized I was too, tears of pure terror streaming down my face. We finally spotted the gap in the fence and practically dove through it, scraping our arms and legs on the metal. We didn't stop running until we reached my car, and even then, we kept looking back, convinced something had followed us out. It wasn't until we were inside with the doors locked and the engine running that I noticed the marks. 3 thin red scratches running down my forearm that definitely hadn't been there before. Lily had them too, on her shoulder where she said something had touched her. The drive home was silent except for our heavy breathing. We were too shocked to talk about what had happened. We agreed to meet the next day to try to make sense of it all. That night, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life. I was back in the cemetery, but alone this time. The graves were all open, empty holes in the ground, and I was running from something I couldn't see. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. When I checked my phone, there were 3 missed calls from Lily. I called her back immediately. "Did you have nightmares too?" she asked without even saying hello. "Yeah," I admitted. "Bad ones." "Jake, something's wrong," her voice cracked. "The scratches haven't faded, and there's something else. I think something followed me home." Over the next few days, things only got worse. We both experienced the same phenomena. Objects moving when we weren't looking, doors opening or closing on their own. I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was standing at the foot of my bed watching me. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of shadowy figures in mirrors or windows, but when I turned to look directly, they'd be gone. The nightmares continued every night, becoming more detailed and terrifying. In some, I could make out faces in the darkness. Gaunt, burning faces screaming in agony. Lily and I researched the history of Ravenwood and discovered there really had been a fire in 1879. A chapel on the cemetery grounds had caught fire during a funeral service, trapping 23 people inside. The reports mentioned that the doors had mysteriously jammed, preventing escape. We tried everything to close whatever doorway we'd opened. Lily found cleansing rituals online. We returned to the cemetery in broad daylight to retrieve our abandoned Ouija board and properly closed the session. Nothing worked. It's been 3 months now, and while the activity has lessened somewhat, it's never completely stopped. I still feel watched. I still see things moving in my peripheral vision, and the nightmares, though less frequent, are just as vivid when they come. I don't know what to do. I don't know if what's happening to us will ever stop. All I know is that something came back with us from Ravenwood Cemetery that night, and it doesn't want to leave. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My husband and I deliberately kept our kids away from horror movies, scary stories, even the tamest Halloween decorations when they were little. We wanted them to have normal childhoods without being afraid of shadows or monsters under the bed. That's why what happened with my daughter Lily completely blindsided me, and honestly still keeps me up some nights. This happened about 3 years ago. Lily was 8 at the time, our middle child between her older brother Jake, 11, and younger sister Emma, 5. We live in Maplewood Heights, one of those cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods where nothing exciting ever happens. Our house is a standard 4-bedroom, 2-story, with a finished basement. Nothing special, nothing old, nothing that would scream haunted to anyone. It was a Tuesday night in April. I remember because my husband was away on a business trip, and Tuesday is always pasta night in our house. The kids had school the next day, so bedtime routine was the usual. Baths, teeth brushing, story time for the younger 2, then lights out by 8:30. Everything seemed normal when I tucked Lily in. She had her stuffed rabbit next to her, nightlight on in the corner, closet door closed. She always insisted on this. I kissed her goodnight and went downstairs to fold laundry and watch some mindless TV before heading to bed myself around 11. I must have been in a deep sleep when the screaming started, that piercing, terrified scream that makes a mother's blood run cold. Mommy, come here!" I bolted upright, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m. I ran down the hallway to Lily's room, not even bothering with the lights. Her door was already open, and I could see her sitting up in bed, knees pulled to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Lily, honey, what's wrong?" I switched on her bedside lamp. Her face was flushed, eyes wild with fear, hair matted with sweat against her forehead. "I'm scared, Mommy," she whimpered, but something about her voice was different. This wasn't the typical "I had a bad dream" or "I'm afraid of the dark" fear. This was genuine panic. I checked around the room quickly. Closet door still closed, nightlight still on, windows locked. Nothing seemed out of place. I sat on the edge of her bed and pulled her into a hug. She was trembling, her little heart racing against my chest. "Did you have a nightmare?" I asked, stroking her hair. She shook her head but didn't elaborate, just clung to me tighter. "Do you want to tell me what scared you?" Another head shake. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" I agreed, of course. As we walked back to my bedroom, I noticed how she kept looking back over her shoulder toward her room, like she expected something to follow us. Once in my bed, she insisted on sleeping on the inside, between me and the wall, something she'd never done before. Lily didn't fall back asleep for nearly an hour. She kept fidgeting, asking strange questions like, "Do strangers ever get into houses even when the doors are locked?" And, "Can people come through walls?" I tried to reassure her that our house was safe, that nobody could get in without us knowing, but my words didn't seem to comfort her. Just as I thought she was finally drifting off, she whispered, "Mom, I think I saw a ghost." A chill ran down my spine. We had never discussed ghosts with our kids. They weren't allowed to watch anything supernatural. Where had this come from? "What do you mean, sweetie?" I kept my voice calm despite the unease growing in my stomach. "There was a little girl in my room," Lily said softly. "She had braids and a dress. She was laying her head on my pillow next to me." "Was she scary?" I asked, trying to understand. "No, not really, just weird. Her mouth was open like this." Lily made an O shape with her mouth, but then I got scared and turned to face the wall, and that's when... She trailed off, tears welling up again. "That's when what, Lily?" "That's when I saw the black thing coming through the wall. It was tall and had a pointy hood. I couldn't see its face." Her voice cracked. "It was coming toward me, Mom. That's when I screamed for you." I felt sick. Without ever having been exposed to such imagery, my 8-year-old daughter had just described what sounded unmistakably like the Grim Reaper, the harbinger of death. Sleep was impossible after that. I held Lily until morning, my mind racing. Where could she have seen or heard about something like this? Could she have glimpsed a Halloween decoration somewhere, overheard older kids at school? But the detail about the little girl with braids didn't fit any common ghost story I knew. The next morning, Lily refused to go back into her room even to get dressed. I called her school and told them she was sick. My husband called to check in, and I debated whether to tell him what happened. He's even more skeptical about supernatural things than I am, and I worried he might dismiss Lily's experience as just a nightmare. But I needed to talk to someone, so I gave him the basics. "Maybe she saw something on a friend's phone at school," he suggested. "Kids are always showing each other stuff they shouldn't." It seemed plausible, but something about it didn't sit right with me. Lily had been genuinely terrified, and the timing... Something clicked in my brain as I hung up the phone. I checked the calendar on the fridge, and my stomach dropped. April 12th. How could I have forgotten? 8 years ago to the day, my sister's 5-month-old baby died of SIDS. Lily had been just a few months old herself when it happened. We'd always marked the anniversary somehow. A phone call to my sister, flowers at the cemetery, something. But this year, with my husband traveling and work being hectic, it had slipped my mind completely. Could that be connected to what Lily saw? It seemed impossible, yet the coincidence was unsettling. That afternoon, while Lily napped on the couch, she was exhausted from barely sleeping. I called my mother to tell her what happened. As soon as I mentioned the little girl with braids, she gasped. "Your niece," she said quietly. "The day of the funeral, your sister put her hair in braids with little pink ribbons, said she wanted her to look pretty for heaven." I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I'd forgotten that detail. The funeral had been such a blur of grief, and I'd been so focused on caring for my own infant daughter at the time. "But why would Lily see her?" I whispered. "She never even met her cousin, and what about the other figure she saw?" My mother was silent for a long moment. "I don't know, honey. Some things can't be explained." That night, Lily refused to sleep in her room again, and the night after that, and the night after that. For nearly 3 months, she either slept in our bed or on a makeshift bed on our bedroom floor. We tried everything, leaving all the lights on in her room, checking under the bed and in the closet multiple times, even letting our cat sleep with her, something we normally didn't allow. Nothing worked. Eventually, we started a gradual process to get her back into her own space. First, she would spend time in her room during the day with the door open. Then, she would sit on her bed while I folded laundry or tidied up. Then, she would lie down for a few minutes at a time. It was painstakingly slow progress. The strange thing is, she never claimed to see either figure again, but the fear lingered. She would sometimes stop in her doorway and stare at the spot on the wall where she said the black thing had emerged. Other times, she'd refuse to put her head on her pillow, instead sleeping at the foot of her bed. Then, about 6 months after the incident, my grandmother, Lily's great-grandmother, passed away peacefully in her sleep at the age of 91. It wasn't unexpected, and we'd had time to prepare the kids. The night after the funeral, Lily did something that shocked us all. She announced she was ready to sleep in her own room again. "Are you sure?" I asked, concerned this might be her way of processing grief. "Yes," she said simply. "It's okay now." That night, she slept peacefully in her own bed for the first time in months. In the morning, I asked her what changed. "Great-grandma told me it's safe now," she said, matter-of-factly eating her cereal. "When did Great-grandma tell you that?" My heart was pounding again. "In my dream last night, she said the visiting time is over and I don't have to be scared anymore." I haven't told many people about what happened. My husband thinks it was just an elaborate nightmare that got blown out of proportion. Maybe he's right. Maybe Lily did see something on a friend's phone that scared her, and her brain connected it to the anniversary of our niece's death somehow. But I can't shake the feeling that something else was at work. That somehow, on the anniversary we failed to commemorate, something or someone came to remind us, and maybe, just maybe, when my grandmother passed, she made sure to let Lily know that everything was okay now. I still check on Lily every night before I go to bed. She's 11 now and sleeps soundly. Sometimes I stand in her doorway and stare at that spot on the wall, wondering if death really does make house calls, and if so, why it chose to visit my daughter that night. Story 3. I've never really talked about this before, except with my closest friends. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I'm 25 now, but these experiences happened when I was 12, and they still feel as real and terrifying as they did back then. We lived in this small town called Willowbrook, in a house that wasn't particularly old or special. It was just a normal family home in a quiet neighborhood where nothing ever happened. My parents both worked, my brother was 2 years older than me and typically annoying, and life was completely ordinary. At least, it was supposed to be. The first incident happened when I was 12, almost 13. I remember it was a school night in September, and I was taking a shower around 9 at night. Our bathroom had this specific layout that I now realize was kind of weird. The shower was tucked in one corner, the toilet was in the corner right next to it, and directly opposite the shower was this big mirror above the sink. I should mention that I've always been scared of mirrors, especially at night. As a kid, I'd avoid looking in them after dark because I was convinced I'd see something staring back that wasn't me. My mum always said I had an overactive imagination. After what happened, I'm not so sure it was just imagination anymore. That night, I finished my shower around 9:15. The bathroom was all steamy, and I was ready to get out, dry off, and go to bed. I pulled the shower curtain open, and that's when I saw it. There, hovering above the toilet, was a face, just a face, no body, nothing else. It was an elderly woman, maybe 90 years old, with deep wrinkles carved into paper-thin skin. Her grey hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she was staring directly at me with these pale blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, dripping wet, clutching the shower curtain so hard my knuckles turned white. The face didn't move or change expression. It just stared at me with this blank, almost curious look. The weirdest part was that it kind of reminded me of old photos I'd seen of my great-grandmother, who had died long before I was born. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like forever. I blinked, and she was gone. Just gone. There was nothing there. I got out of that bathroom so fast I didn't even properly dry off. I ran to my room in my towel and hid under the covers for hours. I didn't tell my parents because I thought they'd say I was making it up or that it was just the steam playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. It wasn't steam or shadows or my imagination. It was a face, and it was looking right at me. After that night, I started showering earlier, always before dark if I could help it. I'd leave the bathroom door cracked open so I could hear my family moving around the house. For weeks, I couldn't look at that mirror without feeling sick to my stomach. Eventually, the memory faded enough that I could convince myself it had been my imagination after all. Until the second incident happened. It was winter break, probably December or January. I remember it was freezing outside, and we had the heat cranked up. I woke up at exactly 4:50 in the morning. I remember checking my alarm clock beside my bed. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. My room was dark and quiet, and everyone else would still be asleep for hours. My bed was positioned so that when I was lying down, I was facing my bedroom door, which was in the corner of the room that connected to the hallway. The toilet room was right next to my bedroom, not a full bathroom, just a small room with a toilet in it. As I was lying there trying to fall back asleep, I noticed something odd. There was light coming from under my door, a thin strip of yellow that shouldn't have been there. I specifically remembered turning off the hallway light before going to bed. My parents were strict about not wasting electricity, and I'd gotten in trouble for leaving it on before. While I was staring at this light, trying to make sense of it, I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were slow and deliberate, not like my dad's heavy tread or my mom's quick steps. These footsteps sounded different, wrong somehow, like they were too light but also too heavy at the same time, if that makes any sense. The footsteps came right up to my door and stopped for a moment. I was holding my breath, terrified that whoever or whatever was out there would try to come into my room. But instead, the footsteps continued past my door and went directly into the toilet room next door. Here's the thing that still freaks me out when I think about it. The toilet room had a sliding door that made this distinct clicking sound when you unlocked it. It always stuck a little, so you had to jiggle the lock to get it open. But I didn't hear any of those sounds. The footsteps just went straight in, as if the door wasn't even there. I laid in bed, paralyzed with fear, listening for any sound from that room. There was nothing. No flush, no sink running, nothing. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I finally got up the courage to peek out my door. The hallway was completely dark. No light. The toilet room door was closed, and when I checked, yes, I actually forced myself to check, no one was in there. I convinced myself I must have dreamed it, or that it was just one of my family members using the bathroom in the middle of the night. I crawled back into bed and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I casually asked if anyone had gotten up around 5, and everyone said no. My brother even complained that he'd slept badly because he needed to use the bathroom but was too lazy to get up. A few weeks later, I was lying in bed one night when something clicked in my brain. I suddenly remembered something about our house that made my blood run cold. My bedroom floor was about 4 inches lower than the hallway floor. There was even a little step down when you entered my room. This meant that even if the hallway light had been on, I shouldn't have been able to see any light coming under my door. The gap simply wasn't there. Whatever light I saw that night, it wasn't coming from the hallway, and those footsteps, they didn't belong to anyone in my family. After realizing this, I started noticing other strange things about our house. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like someone walking around upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Objects would move from where I'd left them. Once I came home from school to find all the kitchen cabinet doors standing open, even though I was the first one home that day. My parents never experienced anything, or if they did, they never talked about it. My brother claimed to hear weird noises sometimes, but he was always trying to scare me, so I never knew whether to believe him. We moved away from Willowbrook when I was 15 because of my dad's job. I was secretly relieved. The night before we left, I had trouble sleeping and got up for a glass of water around 2 in the morning. As I passed the bathroom, I glanced in and saw the shower curtain was closed, even though no one had used the shower since earlier that evening. I didn't open it. I didn't want to know if there was anything or anyone behind it. I've tried researching the history of our house in Willowbrook, but I've never found anything that would explain what I experienced. No tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances. It was just an ordinary house in an ordinary town. Sometimes I wonder if the face I saw and the footsteps I heard were connected. Was it the same person, entity, whatever you want to call it? And why did it appear to me? Was it trying to tell me something, or was I just unlucky enough to see something I wasn't supposed to? I've never experienced anything like that since we moved away. No faces in mirrors, no impossible lights, no footsteps that shouldn't exist. But I still can't look in a mirror after dark, and I always check that the gap beneath my bedroom door is as it should be before I go to sleep. The rational part of me wants to believe there's a logical explanation for everything that happened in that house. Maybe the face was just steam and shadows playing tricks on my eyes. Maybe the light under my door was headlights from a passing car, and the footsteps were just the house settling. But the part of me that was there, that experienced these things firsthand, knows better. Whatever I encountered in that house in Willowbrook was real, and sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I still wonder if it's out there somewhere, watching and waiting for me to see it again. Story 4. I don't talk about this much. Even now, years later, it feels raw, like picking at a scab that never fully healed. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My Uncle James was everything to me growing up. My parents were always working, so I spent most weekends at his and Aunt Eleanor's house. He taught me to ride a bike, helped with my science fair projects, and was the one who came to my school plays when my parents couldn't make it. He and Aunt Eleanor never had kids of their own, so I guess I became like a daughter to them. 10 years ago, they took what was supposed to be their dream vacation, a cruise along the Egyptian coast. Uncle James had always been fascinated by ancient history and the ocean. He'd saved for years to take Aunt Eleanor on this trip. They were celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary. I remember the day we got the call. It was a Tuesday afternoon in July. I was home from college for summer break, painting my bedroom. My mum's scream from downstairs made me drop the roller mid-stroke. I ran down and found her collapsed in a kitchen chair, phone still in her hand, making this awful keening sound I'd never heard from her before. Uncle James was dead. He had jumped off the cruise ship and drowned. None of it made sense. Uncle James was a strong swimmer. He was happy. He and Aunt Eleanor were inseparable. Everyone joked they were still like newlyweds even after 20 years. Why would he suddenly walk to the edge of the deck and jump without saying a word to her? When Aunt Eleanor finally came home, she was like a ghost. She kept saying the same things over and over. We were getting ready to go snorkeling. He was excited about seeing the coral reefs. He was smiling at me one minute, and then he just walked away. He didn't say anything. He just walked to the edge and jumped like something was calling him. The crew staff pulled him from the water about 10 minutes later. The autopsy showed he'd had a heart attack, but had also drowned. The doctors couldn't determine which happened first, whether the heart attack caused him to fall, or if he jumped and then had the heart attack from the shock of the cold water. Aunt Eleanor fell apart. For years, she could barely function. She took antidepressants that barely touched her grief. She cried so much that the skin under her eyes was constantly raw and irritated. I'd visit her and find her sitting in Uncle James's favorite chair, holding one of his sweaters, just staring at nothing. 3 years after his death, I had the dream. I've never been the type to put much stock in dreams. Usually I don't even remember them. But this one, it wasn't like any dream I've ever had. It was more real than reality itself. I found myself walking down a long corridor. The walls were a dingy grey color, and there was a constant hum in the air, like distant machinery. The floor felt uneven beneath my feet, almost spongy. The lighting was dim, no visible source, just a greyish glow that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At the end of the corridor was a set of double doors. They were swaying slightly, as if moved by a breeze, though I couldn't feel any air movement. Through the cracks between the doors, I could see flashes of brilliant white light. People, or what I understood to be people, though they looked more like silhouettes, were walking toward these doors. They'd pass through, disappear into the light, and then suddenly reappear at the beginning of the corridor, looking confused and distressed. They'd walk the same path again, reach the doors, pass through, and again reappear at the start, over and over. I stood there watching this cycle, feeling a growing sense of unease. And then I saw him. Uncle James was among these silhouettes. But unlike the others, he wasn't featureless. I could see him clearly. He looked exactly as I remembered, except his eyes. They were hollow, desperate. When he spotted me, his expression changed to shock. He broke away from the line and rushed toward me. His face was wet with tears, and when he grabbed my shoulders, his hands felt ice cold. "Cassie," he said, using the nickname only he ever called me by. "Cassie, you need to help me. I don't belong here." I was so shocked I could barely speak. "Uncle James, where are we? What is this place?" He glanced nervously over his shoulder at the swaying doors. "I'm stuck. I keep going through those doors, but I always end up back here. I don't know how many times I've done this. Hundreds, thousands. Time doesn't work right here." "Why did you jump from the ship?" I asked, the question that had haunted our family for years. His face contorted with confusion. "I didn't jump. I didn't. Something pulled me. It was like being in a trance. I couldn't control my body. 1 minute I was with Eleanor, excited about our snorkeling trip, and the next thing I knew, I was in the water, and my chest was exploding with pain. I didn't know what to say. I reached out to touch his face, to make sure he was real. His skin felt cold and slightly waxy. "What's beyond the doors?" I asked. His expression immediately changed. He looked angry, something I'd never seen from him in life. "You're not supposed to know," he snapped. Then his face softened again, becoming pleading. "I'm sorry. I don't belong here, Cassie. I didn't choose to die. I was taken, and now I can't move on." Before I could respond, I felt the atmosphere around us change. The air became heavy, charged, like before a lightning strike. A shadow detached itself from the wall behind Uncle James. A massive, formless thing that seemed to absorb what little light there was. Uncle James's eyes widened in terror. "No," he whispered. "You shouldn't be here, Cassie. They don't allow visitors." The shadow entity moved between us, separating me from Uncle James. It had no discernible features, just a dense grey mass that somehow radiated fury. I felt its attention focus on me, and pure primal fear shot through my body. A voice that wasn't really a voice, more like the feeling of words being carved directly into my mind, said, "You do not belong." Uncle James tried to reach for me around the shadow, but it swelled larger, engulfing him. I heard him cry out in pain. "Leave him alone," I shouted, but my voice made no sound in this place. The entity turned its full attention to me. The next thing I knew, I was falling, tumbling through space. I landed in what felt like a marsh, cold, putrid water that came up to my chest. The muck at the bottom sucked at my feet, making it nearly impossible to move. All around me I could hear moaning, crying sounds, as if others were trapped in this marsh too, though I couldn't see them. Panic took over. I thrashed through the water trying to find solid ground. After what felt like hours, I spotted what looked like a small window hovering above the water's surface. It wasn't attached to anything, just a rectangle of lighter grey floating in the darkness. I fought my way toward it, the marsh trying to pull me under with each step. When I finally reached it, I realized the window was tiny, maybe 2 feet square. I'd never fit through it, but some instinct told me it was my only way out. I reached up and grabbed the bottom edge. It felt solid, like wood. Using all my strength, I pulled myself up until my face was level with the opening. Beyond it, I could see my bedroom ceiling. I pushed my head through, then my shoulders. The frame scraped against my skin, peeling it away in burning strips. I screamed, but kept pushing. Finally, with one last desperate effort, I squeezed through and fell. I woke up in my bed, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. The pain in my head was unbearable, the worst migraine I'd ever experienced. It felt like my skull was being crushed in a vice. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up. When I looked in the mirror, I had scratches on my shoulders and arms, long red welts that stung like fire. I touched them, watching in disbelief as they slowly faded before my eyes, disappearing completely within minutes. But the migraine didn't fade. It lasted for 3 days. Light hurt, sound hurt, thinking hurt. Once I could function again, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. That corridor, those doors, the shadow entity, and Uncle James, trapped in some kind of endless loop. I've spent years researching near-death experiences, the concept of purgatory in different religions, limbo, anything that might explain what I saw. I'm convinced now that I somehow glimpsed the place where souls get stuck between worlds. Uncle James is there, unable to move on, despite all the love and grief from those he left behind. Sometimes I still dream of that corridor, but I never make it inside anymore. I just glimpse it from a distance. Sometimes I think I can see Uncle James looking out at me, still waiting for help. I don't know how to give. The worst part is Aunt Eleanor. Should I tell her? Would knowing Uncle James didn't choose to leave her bring comfort or just more pain? Would she even believe me? I don't have answers. All I know is that something took my uncle from us. Something made him walk off that ship, and now he's trapped somewhere, going through those doors over and over, never finding peace. And I'm here, carrying this knowledge, not knowing what to do with it. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural before moving to our apartment in Singapore. My husband, daughter, and I were excited about the move. It was a nice 8-story building in a decent neighborhood, and our 4th-floor unit had everything we needed. We'd been there about 3 months when the ringing started. The first time it happened was around midnight on a Tuesday. I remember because my husband had an early meeting the next day, and we'd gone to bed around 10. The doorbell's loud chime jolted us both awake. My husband grabbed his phone to check the time, 12:02, before stumbling to the door, assuming it was an emergency from one of our neighbors. Nobody was there. The hallway was completely empty. Probably some kids playing pranks, he muttered, locking the door and returning to bed. 5 minutes later, it rang again. This time I went with him to check. Again, the hallway was empty. We checked the security camera in the hallway. Our building has them at each end of the corridor. But the footage showed nobody approaching our door. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as we replayed the footage. The doorbell had definitely rung. We both heard it. But nobody had been near our door. Maybe it's faulty wiring, my husband suggested, though I could tell from his voice that he didn't really believe it. Still, what other explanation could there be? The next morning, he removed the doorbell's cover and checked the wiring. Everything looked normal. He even replaced the battery just to be safe. We both felt a little silly for being so spooked by what was probably just an electrical glitch. But 3 nights later, it happened again. 2 a.m., the sharp chime cutting through our apartment. When we checked, nobody was there. And exactly 5 minutes later, another ring. This pattern continued for weeks. Random late-night rings, always followed by another ring 5 minutes later, and sometimes a third ring about an hour after that. We called building management after the 5th occurrence. They sent someone to check our doorbell and replace it entirely. The technician found nothing wrong with the old one, but installed a new one anyway. This should fix any issues, he assured us. That night at 3 a.m., the new doorbell rang. Then again, 5 minutes later. After 2 weeks of disrupted sleep, we called the police. I felt stupid reporting a ringing doorbell, but we were exhausted and increasingly anxious. The officer who came seemed understanding but couldn't offer much help. He suggested we install our own camera directly facing our door, which we did the next day. The camera didn't capture anyone, yet the doorbell kept ringing. Our daughter, who's 9, started having nightmares. She'd wake up crying, saying she heard someone calling her name after the doorbell rang. My husband and I never heard any voices, just the ringing. But seeing our daughter so terrified made everything worse. The incidents weren't just at night anymore. They started happening at 4 in the afternoon as well, right around when my daughter got home from school. This particular timing felt deliberate, malicious even. One evening, my husband's colleague came over for dinner. When we mentioned our doorbell problem, he laughed it off. Probably just faulty wiring or interference from someone else's doorbell, he said. As if on cue, the doorbell rang. My husband and I exchanged looks while his colleague went to the door, still chuckling. Nobody was there. 5 minutes later, it rang again. The smile disappeared from his face. He left shortly after, visibly uncomfortable. After about 2 months of this torment, we decided to move. We found a ground-floor apartment in a building about 15 minutes away. We didn't tell the landlord about our doorbell issues. How could we, without sounding crazy? We just said we needed more space. The relief we felt in our new place was incredible. For the first 10 days, we slept through the night for the first time in months. Our daughter stopped having nightmares. We started to convince ourselves that maybe it had been some weird technical glitch after all. On the 11th night, at exactly 3 a.m., our new doorbell rang. I still remember the way my stomach dropped. My husband and I looked at each other in the darkness, neither wanting to acknowledge what we'd just heard. "It could be someone actually at the door," I whispered. "We're on the ground floor now." He nodded and got up. I followed him to the door, my heart hammering in my chest. He checked through the peephole. Nothing. He opened the door slightly, chain still in place. The entryway was empty. 5 minutes later, it rang again. This time, I broke down crying. How was this happening again? We'd moved. We had a completely different doorbell system. It made no sense. The next day, we called an electrician who found nothing wrong. We called a priest who blessed the house. We even called a feng shui master who rearranged some of our furniture and told us to place specific crystals near the door. Nothing helped. The ringing continued every few nights, always following the same pattern. Sometimes there would be a break for a week, giving us hope that whatever it was had finally stopped, only for it to start again just as we'd begun to relax. The worst incident happened about 3 weeks after moving to the new apartment. The doorbell rang at 2 a.m. By this point, we were so desperate that my husband had decided to try something different. Instead of opening the door right away, he stood silently behind it, waiting. When the doorbell rang again 5 minutes later, he yanked the door open immediately. There was nobody there, but we both clearly heard the sound of breathing, heavy, ragged breathing that seemed to be coming from right in front of us, at about mouth level. It lasted for maybe 5 seconds before stopping. I've never been so terrified in my life. We slammed the door shut, and pushed a bookcase in front of it. We didn't sleep that night, or the next. We stayed with my parents for a week after that, but eventually had to return home. The doorbell didn't ring while we were away, but resumed the night we came back. After 4 months in the new apartment, and nearly 6 months of doorbell harassment in total, we were at our breaking point. My husband had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. I was having anxiety attacks. Our daughter had started wetting the bed again, something she hadn't done since she was 4. We knew we needed to do something drastic. We decided to disconnect the doorbell entirely, not just turn it off, actually cut the wires. My husband removed it from the wall and snipped every wire. That night, we slept better, thinking we'd finally found a solution. At 3 a.m. we heard it. Not the actual doorbell sound, since there was no physical doorbell anymore, but a perfect imitation of our doorbell's chime, coming from where the doorbell used to be. It was as if someone was making the sound with their mouth, right outside our door. I grabbed our daughter from her bed, and the 3 of us huddled in our bathroom, the only room without windows or external doors, until morning. As soon as it was light out, we packed essential items and checked into a hotel. While at the hotel, we researched everything we could about similar experiences. We found some stories about phantom doorbells in various online forums, but nothing that matched our specific pattern. One suggestion that kept coming up was that we might have a stalker who somehow knew we'd moved and was continuing to harass us. We filed another police report emphasizing the potential stalker angle. The officers took it more seriously this time and increased patrols in our neighborhood. They even stationed an officer in our hallway for 2 nights. On the first night with police present, nothing happened. On the second night, at exactly 3 a.m., both the officer and we heard the doorbell sound, despite there being no physical doorbell. The officer immediately checked outside, but found nothing. He looked genuinely spooked and admitted he had no explanation. We stayed with different friends for the next few weeks, moving every few days to avoid creating a pattern. During this time, we consulted with a paranormal investigator, something I never thought I'd do. She suggested that whatever was happening might be attached to us, not our home. The thought was terrifying. How do you escape something that follows you? We eventually had to return to our apartment. We couldn't keep imposing on friends, and hotel costs were draining our savings. The day we moved back, we brought a spiritual medium with us, another thing I never imagined doing. She walked through the apartment, pausing occasionally to feel the energy. When she reached our front door, she went very still. "There's something here," she said quietly. "Not a full manifestation, but a presence. It's waiting." "Waiting for what?" my husband asked. She shook her head. "I don't know, but it's patient and persistent." That night we braced ourselves for the ringing. 3 a.m. came and went in silence. So did 4 and 5. For the first time in months, we had a full night's sleep. The next night was the same. No ringing, and the next. After a week of silence, we started to hope that whatever it was had finally moved on. Maybe the medium had scared it away, or maybe it had just gotten bored. Whatever the reason, we were grateful. Then last night, after nearly 2 weeks of peace, I woke up at 2:58 a.m. I don't know what woke me. There was no sound, no movement, just a sudden alertness, as if my body knew something was about to happen. I lay there, watching the minutes change on my phone, 2:59, then 3. The doorbell didn't ring. Instead, my phone chimed with a notification, a text message from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I'm still here." 5 minutes later, exactly at 3:05, another text, "Coming closer." An hour later, at 4:05, a final message, "Soon." I showed my husband the messages this morning. We've changed our phone numbers, installed new security cameras, and are sleeping in the living room together as a family. The police traced the number, but it led nowhere. A burner phone, apparently. I don't know what's happening or why it's happening to us. All I know is that whatever was ringing our doorbell has found a new way to reach us, and its message suggests that this isn't over. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. Has anyone experienced anything similar? Does anyone have any advice? I'm scared to even fall asleep tonight, wondering what soon means and what will happen when it finally arrives. Story 6. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Sure, I've watched my fair share of horror films and enjoyed a good ghost story around Halloween, but I always considered myself firmly grounded in reality. That was until I moved into my current place in Dublin about 7 months ago. It's an old converted landlord house, probably built sometime in the early 1800s. The kind with thick stone walls, high ceilings, and those creaky wooden floors that announce your every step. I managed to snag the ground floor apartment for a decent price, a stroke of luck in Dublin's insane rental market. 2 bedrooms, a small living area, and a kitchen that's been modernized just enough to be functional. The spare bedroom was actually a selling point for me. I thought I'd use it as an office, or maybe rent it out to a friend if money got tight. From the first night I spent here, something felt off about that spare room. I couldn't explain it then, and honestly, I still can't properly explain it now. It wasn't anything dramatic. No blood dripping from the walls or ghostly apparitions, just a persistent feeling of being observed, like when you think someone's looking at you from across a crowded room and you turn to find eyes quickly darting away. Except in this case, there was never anyone there. I tried to brush it off. Old houses make noises, they settle, they creak. It's normal, right? But I started keeping the door to that room closed. Then I started avoiding going in there altogether. I told myself it was because I didn't need the space, but deep down I knew it was something else. The first incident I couldn't easily explain away happened about 3 months after I moved in. My girlfriend Siobhan was over, and we were watching some stupid reality show on the couch. I had done laundry earlier and set up a drying rack in the living room since it was raining outside. We were just sitting there laughing at something on the TV when both of us stopped mid-conversation. One of my shirts, a long-sleeved button-up hanging on the rack, had its sleeve lift up, fold itself over neatly, then drop back down. Not like it had been caught by a breeze, not like the rack had shifted. The sleeve lifted straight up, held there for maybe 2 seconds, then folded over and dropped. We both saw it, clear as day. Siobhan looked at me with wide eyes. "Did you just see?" I nodded, trying to play it cool. "Probably just air from the heating vent," I said, even though the heating wasn't on and there's no vent near where the rack was standing. We tried to go back to watching TV, but the mood was spoiled. Siobhan left earlier than planned that night, and I spent hours staring at that drying rack, daring it to move again. It didn't. I might have been able to forget about it, write it off as some weird one-time thing, if what happened last week hadn't occurred. My landlord is this older bloke named Edmund. His family has owned this house for generations, over 200 years, he proudly told me when I signed the lease. He lives upstairs and rarely bothers me, though he has this habit of showing up unannounced for quick inspections that always feel invasive. There's something off about him too, always wearing these old-fashioned tweed suits that smell faintly of mothballs, and he has this way of looking at you like he's disappointed by your very existence. Last Sunday, I had some mates over to watch the football match. We'd had a few beers, and I made some jokes about Edmund, doing a poor imitation of his posh accent, mimicking his stiff-backed walk, suggesting maybe he was actually a vampire who'd been living here for the full 200 years. Just harmless banter, you know? My friends thought it was hilarious. 2 days later, everything went to hell. I'd gone to bed around 11 after a long day at work. Nothing unusual about the night. I scrolled through my phone for a bit, set my alarm, and drifted off to sleep. I woke up at exactly 3:17 according to my phone. Something had jolted me awake, though I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it. The sound of a door slamming open, then another, each bang echoing through my apartment, getting closer to my bedroom. I froze, completely paralyzed with fear. This wasn't the normal creaking of an old house. This was deliberate, violent. Someone or something was moving through my apartment, throwing open every door. Then came the footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps trudging along the carpeted hallway outside my bedroom. Thud, drag, like someone carrying a heavy weight or like someone with a limp. I could hear the carpet fibers compressing under each step. That's how real, how physical it was. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Sweat was pouring down my face, soaking my sheets. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. Silence. Complete silence for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then my doorknob started to turn, slowly, deliberately. That broke my paralysis. I lunged for the hatchet I keep under my bed. I live alone in a ground-floor apartment in the city. Don't judge me for being cautious. I grabbed my phone and called my sister, who lives just 10 minutes away. I was whispering frantically, telling her someone was in my apartment, begging her to come over or call the guards. While I was on the phone, I heard the footsteps moving away from my door, back down the hallway. I gathered what little courage I had, clutching the hatchet so tight my knuckles were white, and crept to my bedroom door. I pressed my ear against it, straining to hear any movement. Nothing, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I decided I needed to check the apartment. If someone had broken in, they could still be there. The alternative, that these sounds had no physical source, was too terrifying to consider. I flung open my bedroom door, hatchet raised, ready to confront whatever waited for me. The hallway was empty. The bathroom door was wide open, though I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. Same with the kitchen door and the spare bedroom. That door was not just open, but looked like it had been thrown open with force, the doorknob having left a small dent in the wall behind it. I checked every corner of the apartment, looking for an intruder. No windows were broken. The front door was still locked and deadbolted from the inside. No one could have entered or left without keys. That's when I noticed it. The chair at the desk in the spare bedroom had been pulled out and turned to face the doorway, like someone had been sitting there waiting for me. I keep that chair tucked under the desk. Always. I barely use that room, remember? My sister arrived 15 minutes later with her boyfriend. They helped me search the apartment again. Nothing. No explanation for the doors, the footsteps, the chair. My sister tried to calm me down, suggested maybe I'd been having a particularly vivid nightmare. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I was so shaken I couldn't stay in the apartment. I went outside to smoke a cigarette. I'd quit 2 years ago, but keep an emergency pack. Standing there in the cold Dublin night, I found myself doing something I hadn't done since I was a child. I prayed. I asked my grandmother, who passed 5 years ago, to watch over me. I asked my uncle, who died when I was a teenager, to protect me. I felt ridiculous, but also desperate. After about an hour outside, I finally worked up the courage to go back in. My sister had offered to let me stay at her place, but some stubborn part of me refused to be driven from my own home. She and her boyfriend reluctantly left, making me promise to call immediately if anything else happened. I got back into bed around 5 in the morning, exhausted but too wired to sleep. I left all the lights on in the apartment. I put the hatchet on my nightstand, right next to my phone. Somehow, I managed to drift off. 20 minutes later, I was jolted awake again. The footsteps had returned. Same sound. Thud, drag, moving slowly down the hallway. I lay there, frozen again, listening as they moved past my bedroom door and toward the spare room. Since that night, I've heard the footsteps 3 more times, always between 3 and 4 in the morning. I've seen other things too. Books rearranged on shelves, cups moved from where I left them, my keys relocated to different surfaces. There's one other thing I haven't mentioned yet. There's this black cat that roams the neighborhood, friendly little thing that somehow manages to get into the building regularly. The first time it got into my apartment, I expected to have to chase it around to get it out. Instead, it walked in like it owned the place, ignored me completely, and went straight to the spare bedroom. It sat in the center of the room, staring at the empty corner for nearly 20 minutes before leaving the same way it came in. It's done this at least a dozen times now. Always the same behavior, always fixated on that same empty corner. I've tried following its gaze, tried to see what it's seeing. There's nothing there, at least nothing I can see. I haven't told Edmund about any of this. Something tells me he already knows. Twice now, I've run into him in the hallway outside the building, and he's given me this knowing look, asking if I'm settling in all right in a way that feels loaded with meaning. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease and move. I can't keep living like this either, jumping at every sound, avoiding an entire room of my apartment, sleeping with a weapon beside my bed. Whatever is in that spare bedroom doesn't seem to want to harm me. At least it hasn't yet. But it definitely wants me to know it's here, that this is its home, not mine, that I'm the intruder, and the worst part, I'm starting to believe it's right. Story 7. I've never told this story in full before. Every time I try, weird stuff starts happening, and I chicken out. But it's been eating at me for years now, and I need to get it out. This happened when I was 4 years old. Hurricane Katrina had just hit Louisiana, and my mom, aunt, and grandpa left to help with relief efforts. I stayed behind at my grandpa's house. Everyone called it Waverly House, with my grandmother, my older cousin Jake, and my little brother Mikey. Mikey was only 2 at the time, so he doesn't remember any of this. I had always been a little uneasy about Waverly House. It was this big old Victorian-style home with creaky floors and too many rooms. During the day, it was fine, just a normal house with faded wallpaper and that musty smell old houses get. But at night, the whole place seemed to change. The hallways felt longer, the shadows deeper, and the silence heavier. The night it happened, I remember falling asleep on the couch with Jake and Mikey while watching some movie. Grandma had tucked us in and gone to her room at the end of the hall. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night and found myself alone in Grandpa's recliner instead of on the couch. I have no memory of moving there. The TV was still on, playing cartoons with the volume turned way down, but it wasn't the movie we'd been watching earlier. I remember being confused about that. Why was the TV playing cartoons at what must have been like 3 in the morning? And why was I in Grandpa's chair instead of on the couch with Jake and Mikey? I looked over and could see them still asleep on the couch across the room. That's when I heard it, shuffling noises coming from the hallway near the front door. My first thought was that maybe Mom had come back early to surprise us. I was excited, so I slid off the recliner and padded toward the hallway. The living room was dark, except for the bluish glow from the TV. As I got closer to the hallway, something felt wrong. I can't explain it, but I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like when you're about to get in trouble for something really bad. It wasn't a kid's nervousness. It was pure, gut-twisting fear. I stopped at the entrance to the hallway and peered around the corner. There was someone or something standing in the shadows near the front door. It was tall, way taller than my mum, more like adult-sized, but wrong somehow. The shape was vaguely human, but seemed to shift and ripple like it wasn't quite solid. I remember thinking this couldn't be my mum, but I was 4, and I wanted it to be her so badly that I took another step forward. "Mom?" I whispered. The figure turned toward me and I froze. Where a face should have been was just nothingness, not darkness, not a blank space. It was like an inky, swirling void. I can't describe it better than that. It was like looking at a hole in reality itself, and it made my eyes hurt to look at it. Then it spoke, just one word. "Hello." The voice wasn't scary. That's what makes it worse in my memory. It sounded gentle, almost kind. But coming from that thing, it was the most terrifying sound I'd ever heard. I burst into tears. I couldn't help it. I turned and ran back to the recliner, diving under my blanket. I was sobbing but trying to stay quiet. I don't know why. Maybe because I was afraid of making the thing angry, or maybe because I was embarrassed about being so scared. 4-year-old logic, I guess. I stayed under that blanket for what felt like hours, too afraid to look out. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I remember is waking up again to a tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the entrance to the living room, the same spot where I'd seen the shadow figure. I was still in Grandpa's recliner, still had the blanket pulled up to my chin. The TV was still on, still playing cartoons, but the sound was completely muted now. I didn't want to look, I really didn't, but it was like my head turned by itself. The shadow figure was standing there again, but this time it wasn't alone. Behind it, peeking around the corner of the entryway, were smaller figures, child-sized figures. Some were poking their heads around at normal height, but others were peeking from impossible angles, sideways from the wall, upside down from the ceiling. They were all different. Some looked like normal kid silhouettes, others had strange proportions with 2 long arms or oddly shaped heads. I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could, screamed for Grandma, for Jake, for anyone. But no one woke up. Jake and Mikey were right there on the couch, not 10 feet away, but they didn't stir. I could hear Grandma snoring from her room down the hall. The shadow children kept coming, more and more little heads peeking around the corner, staring at me with non-existent eyes. I counted at least 20 of them, all different shapes and sizes. Some seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Others moved in jerky, unnatural ways. The tall shadow figure just stood there, watching me scream. Then it spoke again. Hello again. Something about those 2 words broke me completely. I leapt off the recliner and ran to the couch, wedging myself between Jake and Mikey. I remember pushing and shaking Jake, begging him to wake up, but it was like he was drugged. He wouldn't budge. I turned back toward the entryway, and the shadow children were closer now. Some had entered the living room and were standing just a few feet away from the couch. They made no sound, they just watched, their heads tilted at curious angles like they were studying me. The tall one stayed in the doorway, but I could feel it looking at me. I couldn't see its eyes. It didn't have any, but I knew it was watching. I don't remember anything after that. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, it was morning, and I was still wedged between Jake and Mikey on the couch. Sunlight was streaming through the windows, and I could hear Grandma in the kitchen making breakfast. I ran to her immediately, sobbing and trying to explain what had happened. She listened patiently, stroking my hair and telling me it was just a nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. It felt too real, too vivid, and it didn't explain how I moved from the recliner to the couch without waking up. I spent the whole day drawing pictures of what I'd seen, the tall shadow figure and all the different shadow children. I showed them to Grandma, but she just got this strange look on her face. Later, when I went to preschool, she threw all my drawings away. I know because I searched for them when I got home. When I asked her about it, she changed the subject and refused to talk about it again. My mom and the others came back a week later, and life went on. But I never forgot what happened that night. For years afterward, I had nightmares about those shadow children, always watching, always silent. I'd wake up convinced they were in my room, hiding in the corners. I'm 23 now, and I still don't have any explanation for what I saw. I've researched shadow people, sleep paralysis, all that stuff, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. The shadow children were the worst part. There were so many of them, all different, all wrong somehow. The strangest thing is that even talking about it seems to summon something. Last month I finally told my boyfriend the whole story. He was supportive, didn't laugh or anything, just listened. But that night, weird stuff started happening in our apartment. The TV turned on by itself at 3 in the morning, playing cartoons with no sound. Objects moved when we weren't looking, and there were tapping sounds coming from our bedroom doorway. tap, tap, tap. It lasted for several hours, then stopped as suddenly as it started. My boyfriend, who had been skeptical before, hasn't asked me about Waverley House since. I still have family living near Waverley House, but I refuse to visit. My grandmother passed away 5 years ago, and the house belongs to my uncle now. He's renovated it completely. New walls, new floors, new everything. But I know that wouldn't matter. Whatever was in that house isn't attached to the building itself. I think it's attached to me. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear a gentle voice whispering, "Hello," from the darkest corner of my room. And sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see small shapes peeking around doorways, sideways, upside down, watching me with non-existent eyes. I don't know what they want. I don't know why they chose me. All I know is that they're still out there, still watching, still waiting for something. And part of me is terrified that one day I'll find out what that something is. Story 8. I still can't explain what happened in that old house. It's been 15 years since I moved out, but certain sounds still make me freeze. The distinct creak of wooden stairs is the worst, instantly transporting me back to those Friday nights when I was alone in my childhood home. Our house was built in 1920 in rural Pennsylvania, about 40 minutes outside Pittsburgh. It wasn't particularly remarkable, just a 2-story farmhouse with wood floors throughout, a large kitchen and 4 bedrooms upstairs. The staircase was the centerpiece, wooden and worn from decades of use, connecting the main living area to our bedrooms. Growing up there, I became attuned to everyone's footsteps. My dad's were heavy and purposeful. He'd skip the 3rd step because it creaked badly. Mum's were lighter but distinctive, usually accompanied by her humming. My older sister Kate had this bouncy step, while my little brother Marcus would thunder up and down like a small elephant. I guess I developed this awareness because we were always playing hide and seek or trying to avoid each other when we fought. The weirdness started when I was 14. My parents occasionally left me in charge on Friday nights while they went to dinner with friends or to see a movie. Kate had started college by then, so it was just me watching Marcus, who was 7 at the time. The first incident happened during a thunderstorm in October. Mom and Dad had gone to their monthly dinner with neighbors, leaving strict instructions about bedtime and emergency contacts. I'd put Marcus to bed around 8:30 and was sprawled on the living room couch watching TV with the volume turned down low so I could hear if Marcus called for me. Around 9:45, I heard footsteps on the stairs, not the familiar creaking of our old house settling. These were deliberate steps. Someone was coming down, slowly and steadily. Step, creak, step, creak. At first, I assumed it was Marcus getting up for water or something. I called out, "Marcus, you should be asleep." No answer, but the footsteps continued. Then they stopped at what I knew was exactly the spot where you could see into the living room from the stairs. But there was nobody there. I muted the TV and listened. After about 10 seconds of silence, the footsteps continued down to the bottom of the stairs. Then nothing. My heart was racing, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination, the storm playing tricks on me. I got up and checked the entire downstairs. Nothing. Then I went upstairs to check on Marcus. He was sound asleep. I told myself I'd been hearing things and tried to forget about it. But the next Friday, my parents went out. It happened again. This time there was no storm, just a quiet spring evening. Around 10, those same measured footsteps came down the stairs. Step, pause, like someone was in no hurry at all. I called out again, even though I'd just checked on Marcus and knew he was asleep. Nothing. But the footsteps continued to the bottom of the stairs, then stopped. This time, I swore I heard what sounded like someone exhaling, just a soft sigh, from the entryway. I forced myself to get up and check. The hallway was empty. I flicked on every light in the house and searched everywhere. Nobody was there. After the 3rd time it happened, I started dreading being alone in the house on Friday nights. I'd try to get my parents to let me have a friend over, but they usually said no because I was supposed to be watching Marcus, not having a social night. What was most unsettling was how predictable it became. The footsteps would always start at the top of the stairs, always between 9:30 and 10, always on Fridays when my parents were out, never when anyone else was home, never when Kate was visiting from college, just when it was me and Marcus, and he was always asleep when it happened. I started keeping a journal about it, dates, times, what I heard. I thought if I could find a pattern, maybe there'd be an explanation. But there wasn't. Just footsteps on the stairs when there shouldn't be any. Around the same time, Marcus started having nightmares. He'd wake up screaming about what he called the brown ghost. When Mom or Dad would comfort him, he'd say things like, "The brown ghost wants to take me into the walls. He shows me where to go." I remember one morning finding Marcus in the hallway, staring at the wall between his room and mine. He was running his hand over the flowered wallpaper, and when I asked what he was doing, he looked at me with this eerie calmness. "This is where he comes out," he said. "The brown ghost. He's not nice, Eliza." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and went downstairs for breakfast like nothing had happened. When I brought it up later, he refused to talk about it, said he wasn't supposed to. That summer, things escalated. The footsteps weren't just coming down the stairs anymore. They'd go back up. Sometimes I'd hear them pacing the upstairs hallway, pausing outside bedrooms. Once, I heard what sounded like fingernails dragging across my bedroom door while I was inside. I started keeping my door locked, though deep down I knew it probably wouldn't help against whatever was causing this. The worst night was in August, right before school started again. My parents were at a wedding reception and weren't expected home until after midnight. I'd put Marcus to bed and was in my room with the door locked, trying to distract myself with a book. Around 10:15, I heard the now familiar footsteps in the hallway. They paused outside my door, and then I heard the doorknob rattle, not violently, but deliberately, like someone was checking if it was locked. I froze, staring at the door, barely breathing. The rattling stopped after a few seconds, and then the footsteps continued down the hall toward Marcus's room. That's when I heard Marcus scream. I bolted out of my room and ran to his. He was sitting upright in bed, eyes wide open but not looking at me. He was staring at the corner of his room. "He's here," Marcus whispered. "He wants to show me something in the walls." I grabbed him and pulled him out of bed. "We're going downstairs, right now." We spent the rest of the night on the living room couch with all the lights on, watching cartoons until our parents came home. I didn't tell them what happened. I'd tried before, and they always had logical explanations. The house settling, the wind, my overactive imagination. My mom would say, "Old houses make noises, Eliza. That's just how they are." But what about Marcus's nightmares? Those they took more seriously, even taking him to a child psychologist. The doctor suggested it was just normal childhood fears, possibly triggered by something he'd seen on TV. They limited his screen time and put a nightlight in his room. The nightmares continued. Kate was the only one who ever believed me. During her winter break that year, I told her everything. Unlike our parents, she didn't dismiss it. She'd had her own experiences in the house, feeling watched, items moving, cold spots, but nothing as consistent as what I was experiencing. "Some houses have memories," she told me. "Or maybe they collect energy." Mom's side of the family has always been sensitive to that stuff. It was true. Our mom had stories about seeing her grandmother's ghost after she died, and our great-aunt claimed to be psychic. I'd always found those stories interesting, but hadn't thought much about them until I started experiencing things myself. By the time I was 16, I'd gotten somewhat used to the footsteps. They were still terrifying, but they'd become a horrible routine. The activity would increase and decrease without any pattern I could discern. Some months were quiet, others were unbearable. One distinctive feature of our house was how certain areas felt different than others. The corner of the upstairs hallway where Marcus said the brown ghost came from always felt heavier, denser somehow. The temperature would drop noticeably as you walked past it. The bottom of the stairs, where the footsteps would often stop, had the same quality. I'd sometimes see my dog refuse to walk through that spot, choosing instead to make a wide berth around it. I searched through the house's history, hoping to find something that might explain what was happening. The local library had records showing that our house had been built by a family named Dougherty. They'd lived there until the 1960s, when they sold it to a couple named Wilson. The Wilsons sold it to my parents in 1992. Nothing about deaths in the house, no tragic stories, just ordinary families living ordinary lives. Or so the record showed. The most disturbing night came when I was 17. My parents were at an overnight conference 2 hours away, and Kate had come to stay with us. Marcus, now 10, was having fewer nightmares, but still refused to talk about the brown ghost. He'd get angry if anyone brought it up. That night, Kate had gone to meet some high school friends, promising to be back by 11. I was alone with Marcus, who was playing video games in the living room while I did homework at the dining table. At 9:45, right on schedule, the footsteps started. This time, they came up from the basement, something that had never happened before. They slowly ascended the basement stairs, crossed the kitchen floor, and stopped at the dining room entrance. Marcus didn't seem to hear them, but I was frozen in place, pencil hovering over my math homework. I felt something, someone, standing behind me, watching. The air grew cold, and I could see my breath forming little clouds. Then Marcus looked up from his game and stared directly at the space behind me. His controller fell from his hands. "He wants to know if you'll come into the walls now," Marcus said, his voice flat and emotionless. "He says it's time." I whipped around, but no one was there. When I turned back, Marcus was still staring at the empty space, but now tears were streaming down his face. "Don't go with him, Eliza," he whispered. "Please don't go." Then he blinked rapidly, looking confused. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, his voice back to normal. "You just said something about the walls," I told him. "About him wanting me to go into the walls." Marcus's face went pale. "I don't want to talk about it ever." He grabbed his controller and ran upstairs to his room, slamming the door. I called Kate and begged her to come home. She did, and we spent the night in her room with the door locked, lights on, talking about anything but what had happened. We moved out of that house the following year when my dad got transferred to another state. Marcus never spoke about the brown ghost again, not once. Even now, 15 years later, if I bring it up, he changes the subject or leaves the room. Whatever he experienced or saw in that house, it left a mark on him. As for me, I still hear those footsteps in my dreams sometimes. Step creak, the sound of someone who isn't there, walking up and down stairs that no longer exist in my life. I don't know what was in our house. I don't know why it focused on Friday nights, or why it seemed so interested in Marcus and me. All I know is that something was there, something that didn't belong to our world, walking up and down those stairs night after night, leaving nothing behind but the echo of footsteps and a lifetime of questions I'll never have answers to. Story 9. I've never told this story completely before. I'm shaking, even as I type this, but after all these years, I need to get it out. I was 12 years old when it happened, just a normal kid living in a modest 3-bedroom house with my parents, older brother Mark, and my sister Jen, who was in high school at the time. We weren't a particularly religious family, but my mom would sometimes take us to church on holidays. I had a normal childhood up until that night in October, when everything I thought I knew about reality shattered. It was a school night, and I'd gone to bed around 9:30 after finishing my homework. Nothing unusual about the evening. Had dinner with my family, watched some TV, brushed my teeth, and went to bed. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, with my brother's room right across from mine and my sister's at the other end, near our parents' room. I remember falling asleep easily that night. No nightmares, no scary movies before bed, Nothing that would explain what happened next. I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. I know because the red numbers on my alarm clock were right in my line of sight. 7 a.m. The moment I opened my eyes, something felt wrong. Really wrong. You know that feeling when you sense someone watching you? It was like that, but 100 times worse. The air in my room felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. And when I tried to sit up, I couldn't move, not even a finger, just my eyes. I could look around, but that was it. At first, I thought maybe I was still dreaming, but I was definitely awake. The glow in the dark stars on my ceiling were right where they always were. My baseball trophies on the shelf, the crack in my blinds letting in a sliver of streetlight. Everything was normal except I couldn't move, and this overwhelming sense of dread was building inside me. Then I felt it. Something was in my room with me, not just nearby but approaching my bed. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly, and goosebumps broke out all over my body. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to scream for my parents, for anyone, but my mouth wouldn't work. The presence got closer, and I knew whatever it wasn't human. It didn't make sense. There was nothing physically there that I could see, but I felt it. Moving closer to my bed, this malevolent energy that seemed to radiate pure evil. I panicked and squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't want to see whatever was coming for me. That's when I heard it. The laugh. Right next to my ear, so close I could feel breath on my skin. It was the most horrifying sound I've ever heard in my life, a witch-like cackle that was somehow both male and female at the same time, high-pitched yet guttural. It wasn't just the sound that terrified me, it was how wrong it felt, like something twisting reality. The laugh was right in my right ear, and I could feel hot, raspy breath against my neck. The smell was awful, like rotten eggs and something burnt. I was convinced I was going to die. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but there was no logical explanation. In complete panic, I started praying in my head. I wasn't even religious, but it was instinctive. Please, God, help me. Please make it stop. Over and over again, desperately. The laughter got louder, more frenzied, like whatever this thing was found my fear amusing. Then suddenly, it stopped. The silence was almost worse than the laughter. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, right against my ear, in that same awful voice that seemed to be many voices layered together, it whispered, "There is no God." I've never felt terror like that before or since. The voice wasn't just speaking. It was like it was injecting those words directly into my mind. I kept praying harder, more desperately. I remember thinking about my family sleeping just down the hall, completely unaware of what was happening to me. The entity, I don't know what else to call it, seemed to get angrier the more I prayed. The temperature dropped even more, and I swear the darkness around my bed seemed to get deeper, like it was swallowing up what little light was in the room. I focused everything I had on trying to move. Just a finger. Anything. I concentrated on my right pinky finger, willing it to wiggle. It took what felt like forever, but finally, I managed to move it slightly. That tiny movement broke something, and suddenly I could move my hand, then my arm. As I started regaining control of my body, the presence seemed to recede. The weight on my chest lifted slightly. I kept praying and focusing on moving, inch by inch, until I could sit up in bed. By then, the room felt normal again. The oppressive feeling was gone, but I was drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably. I was too scared to stay in my room alone. I jumped out of bed and ran across the hall to my brother's room. I didn't even knock, just burst in. Mark was 16 at the time, and I expected him to be annoyed at me for waking him up. But when I opened his door, I saw him lying in bed, his eyes wide open and terrified. He was completely still except for his eyes, which darted to me when I entered. The same thing was happening to him. I ran to his bed and shook him hard, screaming his name. After a few seconds of this, he gasped loudly and sat up, grabbing onto me like a drowning person grabbing a life preserver. "Julian," he said, his voice shaking. I couldn't move. Something was here. Something bad. We were both too scared to go back to sleep. We went downstairs and turned on all the lights, then sat on the couch watching cartoons until morning with all the blankets we could find wrapped around us. We didn't talk much about what had happened. It was too scary, too real. The next morning, our parents just thought we'd stayed up playing video games or something. We didn't tell them. How could we? Hey, Mom, Dad, there was a demon in our rooms last night mocking us. They would have thought we were making it up or had watched a horror movie without permission. But a few days later, my sister Jen found me alone in the kitchen after school. She looked serious, which was unusual for her. "Julian," she said quietly, "did something happen the other night, in your room?" I hesitated, but something in her expression made me tell her the truth. I described everything: the paralysis, the presence, the laughter, the voice. As I talked, her face went pale. When I finished, she sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "I need to tell you something," she said. "When I was 14, me and my friends went through this phase where we were into witchcraft stuff." I was shocked. My sister had always seemed so normal, popular, into fashion and boys, not the type to be messing with the occult. "It was stupid," she continued. "We found this old book at a yard sale and started trying spells and holding seances. It was just for fun at first, but then weird things started happening. Lights would flicker when we were doing our rituals. We'd hear knocking sounds with no source. One time, all our candles went out at once, even though there was no breeze." She paused, picking at her nail polish nervously before continuing. "The last time we did it was at our house, in my room, when Mom and Dad were out. We were trying to contact spirits or whatever. Something felt different that time. The air got really cold, and we all got this feeling like we were being watched. Then Melissa's nose started bleeding out of nowhere, and we all freaked out and stopped." She looked up at me, her eyes watery. "After that, I started experiencing sleep paralysis, just like what you described. And sometimes I'd hear laughter or see shadows moving in my room at night. I think something followed me home that night, something bad, and I'm so sorry if it went after you too." It made a sick kind of sense. The timing lined up. Jen would have been 14 about 2 years before my experience. I was angry at first that she might have brought this thing into our home, but she looked so guilty and scared that I couldn't stay mad. "Does Mark know?" I asked. She nodded. "I told him after he had his first episode last year. He made me promise not to do anything like that ever again, and I haven't, I swear." After that conversation, things made more sense, but it didn't make them any less terrifying. Over the next few years, I experienced sleep paralysis several more times. It was always scary, but never again did I hear that voice or that laughter. It was like whatever had visited me that first night had made its point and moved on to tormenting someone else. I'm 27 now. I still get sleep paralysis occasionally, maybe once or twice a year. I've researched it extensively, read all the scientific explanations about how it's just your mind waking up before your body, how the feelings of dread and sensed presences are just your brain misinterpreting signals. But science can't explain everything that happened that night. It doesn't explain why my brother experienced the same thing simultaneously. It doesn't explain the voice, the breath on my neck, or how it responded to my prayers. And it definitely doesn't explain why, for weeks afterward, my sister's old Ouija board, which had been stored in our attic for years, somehow ended up under my bed one morning. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was just a particularly bad episode of sleep paralysis, combined with an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know what I experienced. I know what I heard. That voice, that horrible layered voice whispering, "There is no God," still haunts my nightmares. I've never been able to shake the feeling that for just a few minutes that night, something from outside our reality reached in and touched my life. And whatever it was, It knew exactly how to terrify a 12-year-old boy in the darkest hour of the night. I still sleep with a small light on. I can't help it, because even after all these years, I'm afraid that if I let my room get completely dark, I might hear that laughter again. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about what happened at Westbrook Academy last summer. It's been almost a year, but I can't shake the feeling that something was watching us that day. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 times, but I just can't make sense of what happened. My best friend Marcus and I were 16, bored out of our minds with summer vacation dragging on. We'd already hit up all the usual spots, the mall, the movie theater, the skate park, and we were desperate for something different. That's when I remembered the old Westbrook Academy on the edge of town. The place had been abandoned for about 8 years after they built the new school complex across town. Everyone knew about it, but most people stayed away because it was technically trespassing. I brought it up while we were hanging out in my garage, tinkering with our bikes. "Hey, you ever think about checking out that old school building?" I asked. Marcus immediately looked uncomfortable, but I could tell he was interested. "I don't know, Connor. My cousin got caught there last year and had to do community service," he said, tightening the chain on his bike. "Yeah, but that's because they were stupid and went during the day. If we go late afternoon when the sun's still up but most people are home for dinner, nobody will see us," I argued. It didn't take much convincing. By 4:30 that afternoon, we were pedaling across town toward Westbrook Academy. The building sat back from the road, partially hidden by overgrown trees and bushes. It was a 3-story brick structure with boarded-up windows and graffiti covering most of the lower walls. From the outside, it looked exactly like what it was, an abandoned building slowly being reclaimed by nature. We stashed our bikes behind some bushes and circled the building, looking for a way in. Most of the doors were either locked or blocked, but we found a window on the east side where someone had pried off the boards. Marcus gave me a boost, and I climbed through, then helped pull him up after me. The inside was weirdly quiet. You know that silence that's so complete it feels like pressure in your ears? That's what it was like. The air was thick with dust and smelled like mold and old papers. We'd brought flashlights, but there was still enough sunlight coming through cracks in the boards that we could see pretty well. "This is the main hallway," I whispered, though I don't know why I was whispering. "Classrooms should be off to the sides." Marcus nodded, looking nervous but excited. "Let's check them out." We moved down the hallway, poking our heads into each room. Most were empty, except for broken desks and chairs. One still had an old chalkboard with faded writing that looked like math equations. In another, there were faded posters about the solar system peeling off the walls. "Dude, check this out," Marcus called from one room. I joined him and saw he was holding an old yearbook from 2005. "This thing is ancient." We flipped through it for a few minutes, laughing at the outdated hairstyles and clothes. Then we moved on, working our way deeper into the building. The first floor was pretty boring, to be honest. Just classrooms, what used to be the main office, and a cafeteria with broken tables. We found the stairs and decided to check out the second floor. That's when things started getting weird. We were about halfway down the second floor hallway when we heard it. Footsteps above us. Clear as day, like someone wearing heavy boots walking slowly across the floor, moving from one side of the building toward what would be the attic. We both froze. Marcus grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. "Probably just the building settling," I said, but I didn't believe it. Those were footsteps, no doubt about it. "Let's get out of here," Marcus said, already backing toward the stairs. "Someone else is here." I should have listened to him. I really should have, but something about those footsteps made me curious. They didn't sound threatening, just someone walking normally. Maybe it was another kid like us, just exploring. "I want to see who it is," I said. "Are you crazy? What if it's a homeless person or some drug addict?" "Then we'll leave. But what if it's just some other kids? We could team up, explore together." Marcus looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but he didn't leave. That's the thing about Marcus. He's always been the cautious one, but he'd never let me do something stupid alone. Fine, he said, but we look, and if it's anyone sketchy, we're gone. We found the stairs to the third floor and climbed them slowly, trying not to make noise. The third floor was darker than the others, with fewer windows and more shadows. The footsteps had stopped, but now we could hear a faint scratching sound coming from the far end of the hallway. "That's where the attic access should be," I whispered, pointing to a narrow door at the end of the hall. The scratching sound was definitely coming from beyond it. We crept down the hallway, stopping every few feet to listen. The scratching continued, like someone dragging something across the floor. When we reached the door, I put my hand on the knob and looked at Marcus. He shook his head frantically, but I turned the knob anyway and pushed the door open. Inside was a small landing with another set of stairs leading up. The scratching sound was louder now. I started up the stairs with Marcus right behind me, holding onto the back of my jacket. The attic was one big open space with a sloped ceiling. Dust particles floated in the beams of light, coming through small vents near the roof, and it was completely empty. Well, almost empty. There was a ladder in the middle of the room, lying on its side. It had been spray-painted with weird symbols I didn't recognize. Next to it was a small table, also covered in the same spray paint, and on the table was a knife, not like a kitchen knife, but one of those hunting knives with a serrated edge. It looked new, the blade catching the light. The scratching sound had stopped. We stood there in complete silence, looking around the empty attic. "There's nobody here," Marcus whispered, "but we heard someone come up here." I walked over to the table and looked at the knife more closely. It wasn't dusty like everything else. Someone had placed it there recently. That's when we heard it, a loud slam from somewhere far below us. It sounded like the basement door. Then, after a moment of silence, heavy footsteps. But they weren't coming up. They were going down, deeper into the building. Marcus grabbed my arm again. "Connor, we need to go, now." This time I didn't argue. We bolted down the attic stairs, through the third floor, and down to the second. We paused there for a second, listening. The footsteps below had stopped. "Main floor." Then out the window we came in, I whispered. Marcus nodded, his face pale. We took the stairs to the main floor as quietly as we could, then sprinted down the hallway toward our entry point. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. We scrambled through the window, not caring about the noise we were making now, and ran to our bikes. We pedaled away from Westbrook Academy like our lives depended on it, not stopping until we were at least a mile away. We finally pulled over in the parking lot of a convenience store, both of us breathing hard. "What the hell was that?" Marcus gasped. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe someone was hiding in the attic when we got there." But we heard them walking to the attic, and there was nowhere to hide up there. We would have seen them. I nodded, trying to make sense of it. Then a thought hit me, and I felt cold all over. "Marcus," I said slowly, "where was the person that entered the attic?" He stared at me, the realization dawning on his face. "What do you mean?" "We heard footsteps going to the attic. We went up there, and it was empty. We never heard anyone leave. So where did they go?" We sat there in silence, neither of us wanting to say what we were thinking, because it wasn't possible. People don't just vanish. But then who slammed the basement door? Who was walking down those stairs? Maybe there were two people, Marcus suggested. One in the attic who somehow got past us, and one in the basement. It was the most logical explanation, but it didn't feel right. The timing was too perfect, the footsteps too similar. We never went back to Westbrook Academy. A few months later, they finally tore it down to build apartments. Part of me was relieved when I heard the news, but another part of me still wonders what happened that day. I've tried researching the history of the school, looking for stories of accidents or deaths that might explain what we experienced. Nothing stands out. It was just a normal school until they built the new one and left this one to rot. Sometimes I dream about that attic. In my dreams, I'm alone up there with that knife on the table, and I always wake up just as I hear those heavy footsteps coming up the stairs toward me. I don't know what we encountered that day. All I know is that when I think about those footsteps going to an attic where no one was there, and then other footsteps heading down to the basement right after we found that knife, I still get goosebumps. There are things I can't explain, and what happened at Westbrook Academy is at the top of that list. Story 11. I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until we moved into that house in southern Riverdale. It was just supposed to be a normal rental. Nothing special about it. Built in the late 80s, kind of plain looking from the outside, but spacious enough for my family. That was 2 years ago, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened there. When we first moved in, everything seemed fine. It was me, my teenage daughter Emma, my partner Nathan, and our roommate Tyler. We were excited about the new place, getting settled in, making it our home. But looking back now, I realized there were little signs from the very beginning. Emma was the first to say something was off. She kept telling me she never felt alone in the house, even when she definitely was. At first, I brushed it off as normal teenage anxiety about a new place, but it took her almost a whole year to feel comfortable being there by herself, which wasn't like her at all. She's always been independent, not the type to get spooked easily. "Dad, I swear someone's watching me when I'm in my room," she'd tell me. "I can feel eyes on me." I told her it was just her imagination, that old houses make noises and cast weird shadows. But deep down, I was starting to notice things too. The thing is, this wasn't even my first experience with unexplainable stuff. In our previous rental, I'd find wet footprints in the bathroom when neither Emma nor I had been in there. Small footprints like a child's, appearing out of nowhere on the bathroom floor. I'd wipe them up, tell myself there had to be a logical explanation, and try to forget about it. But what started happening in the Riverdale house was on a whole different level. Tyler was the next one to mention something strange. He's a pretty level-headed guy, not prone to exaggeration or drama. One morning over coffee, he casually asked if anyone had been knocking on his bedroom door the night before. "Around 2 in the morning," he said. 3 distinct knocks. I thought maybe someone needed something, but when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. Nathan and I looked at each other. We'd both been asleep. "Maybe you dreamed it," I suggested. Tyler shook his head. I was wide awake, working on my laptop. I heard it clear as day. After that, things escalated pretty quickly. Nathan started seeing what he described as a shadow figure, mostly in his peripheral vision. He'd be sitting in the living room and catch movement out of the corner of his eye, turn, and nothing would be there. He also began hearing footsteps upstairs when everyone was accounted for downstairs. "Marcus, I know what footsteps sound like," he insisted when I tried to rationalize it. "Someone is walking around up there." The crazy part? I'd been seeing the same shadow figure since we moved in, but had convinced myself it was just normal shadows playing tricks on my eyes. It had a distinctive shape, broad-shouldered, with what looked like wild hair sticking out in all directions. I know this sounds ridiculous, but it reminded me of Maui from that Disney movie, Moana. Not in a cartoonish way, but just that general silhouette. I never mentioned it to anyone because I didn't want to seem crazy. But when Nathan described seeing the exact same shape, my blood ran cold. How could we both be imagining the exact same thing? Our pets were acting weird too. We have 2 cats and a dog, and they all started exhibiting the same bizarre behavior. They'd sit and stare intently into empty bathrooms or corners of rooms, their eyes tracking something invisible, as if watching someone move around. The dog would sometimes growl at empty space, his hackles raised. One night, about 6 months ago, Emma came running into my room at 3 in the morning, shaking. "There's someone in my closet," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I heard them moving around in there." I checked, of course. Nothing was there, but the closet was ice cold compared to the rest of the room, which made no sense, since there are no vents in there. After that night, We started talking more openly about what was happening. It turned out we'd all been experiencing things but keeping them to ourselves, not wanting to freak each other out. Once we started comparing notes, the pattern was undeniable. Something was in that house with us. We decided to move, found a new place across town, and set the date for 3 months later when our lease was up. That's when things got really intense, almost like whatever was in the house knew we were leaving and wanted to make its presence undeniably known. Nathan was the first to experience the escalation. He was alone in the kitchen one afternoon when all the cupboard doors suddenly opened at once. Not violently, just opened as if someone had methodically gone around and unlatched each one. He called me at work, his voice shaking. "It's getting worse, Marcus. I don't know if we can stay here 3 more months." A week later, he was driving home from the grocery store when he looked in his rearview mirror and saw what he described as a smallish shadow figure sitting in the back seat. He nearly crashed the car, pulling over to the side of the road in a panic. When he turned around, nothing was there, but he swears he saw it, clear as day, watching him from the back seat. "It followed me outside the house," he said when he got home, still visibly shaken. How is that possible? The activity inside the house was ramping up too. Things would go missing, only to reappear in strange places. The temperature would fluctuate wildly in certain rooms. We'd hear knocking not just on doors now, but on walls, ceilings, coming from inside cabinets. Then came the incident with the blueberries. Nathan was standing in front of the open refrigerator one night, looking for a snack, when a package of blueberries suddenly flew out past his head and landed on the floor several feet away. Not fell, flew, as if thrown by an invisible hand. But the thing that really convinced me, the thing I still can't explain away no matter how hard I try, happened with one of our cats about 2 weeks before we were set to move out. I was sitting at the kitchen table, working on my laptop, while the cat was drinking water from his bowl on the floor next to me. Suddenly, I saw his head get pushed forward, like someone had shoved it from behind. The poor thing's face went right into the water bowl, and he freaked out, jumping about 4 feet straight up in the air, fur all puffed out, before bolting from the room. There was nothing there, nothing that could have pushed him, but I saw it happen with my own eyes. His head moved a good 3 or 4 inches forward in a way that wasn't natural, wasn't him slipping or moving himself. Something pushed him. The last couple of weeks in that house were a nightmare. None of us wanted to be alone, so we'd coordinate schedules to make sure at least 2 people were home at all times. We'd hear whispers coming from empty rooms. The shadow figure, the Maui look-alike, became bolder, lingering longer in doorways or at the end of hallways. Tyler's door-knocking escalated to the point where he started sleeping on the couch because he couldn't take it anymore. Emma refused to sleep in her room and moved a mattress into mine. The pets were constantly on edge, jumping at nothing, hiding under furniture. The night before we moved out, I was packing up the last of my things when I distinctly heard someone say my name right behind me. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, at normal volume, as if someone was standing right there. I spun around, heart racing, to find an empty room. Moving day couldn't come fast enough. We got everything out in record time, none of us wanting to spend 1 more minute in that house than necessary. As I was doing the final walkthrough, checking closets and cabinets for anything we might have left behind, I felt something brush against my back, like fingers dragging lightly across my shoulder blades. I ran out of that house and didn't look back. We've been in our new place for about 3 months now. It's quiet here, normal. No shadow figures, no mysterious knocking, no objects moving on their own. The pets have settled down, and Emma is back to her old self, comfortable being home alone again. But I can't shake this feeling that it's not over. Sometimes I'll catch movement out of the corner of my eye, turn, and see nothing there. Nathan says he feels it too, like we're being watched. Last week, Emma asked if I'd been in her room while she was at school because her closet door was open when she got home, though she was sure she'd closed it. I keep wondering if whatever was in that Riverdale house followed us here, if it's just biding its time, getting comfortable in our new space before it starts making itself known again. I catch myself listening for knocks on the walls, watching for that distinctive shadow in hallways. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it's still with us. But I know what we experienced was real. All four of us witnessed things that can't be explained away by drafts or settling foundations or overactive imaginations. So now I keep the lights on a little longer at night. I check behind shower curtains before I use the bathroom. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I swear I can feel someone standing right behind me, watching, waiting. I just hope that if it did follow us here, it keeps its distance this time, because I don't think I can go through all that again. Story 12. I still get chills when I think about that April evening in 2020. It's been over 3 years, but I can recall every single detail as if it happened yesterday. I was 34 then, working as a therapist for troubled teens at a community clinic in Minneapolis. The pandemic was in full swing, and like most mental health professionals at that time, I was completely burnt out. That particular Thursday had been brutal. Back-to-back Zoom sessions with kids struggling with isolation, depression, and anxiety. I remember feeling this crushing weight on my shoulders. These teenagers needed more than I could give them through a computer screen, and the helplessness was eating me alive. By 6 in the evening, I was mentally fried, but still had notes to finish. My tiny apartment felt claustrophobic after being cooped up in it for weeks. I hadn't even changed out of my work clothes, the professional blouse I paired with sweatpants that stayed off camera during sessions. I decided I needed just 10 minutes to reset before making dinner. Just 10 minutes to clear my head. I'd been meditating on and off for years, nothing serious, just guided sessions to help with work stress. That night, I grabbed my headband with built-in Bluetooth earbuds. A Christmas gift from my sister I rarely used because they were a bit uncomfortable. I flopped onto my couch, adjusted the headband, and opened Spotify. I scrolled through the meditation playlist I'd created, but nothing seemed appealing. That's when I noticed Spotify's recommendations. There was this track with a strange name, something with symbols and numbers I can't remember exactly. The album art was a simple geometric pattern with purple and gold colors. I figured, what the hell, might as well try something new. I hit play, closed my eyes, and settled in for what I thought would be just another quick meditation break. The track started with a single tone, not quite a bell, not quite a synth note. It was oddly compelling, like it was resonating at exactly the right frequency to make my eardrums feel good. I remember thinking, this is different, as the tone was joined by what sounded like Tibetan singing bowls. About 30 seconds in, I noticed the warmth. It started at the base of my spine, not an uncomfortable heat, but like someone had placed a heating pad set to the perfect temperature against my lower back. I thought maybe it was just my body relaxing, finally releasing the tension I'd been carrying. But then the warmth began to spread, flowing upward along my spine like warm honey. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It wasn't sexual, it wasn't painful. It was just pure, pleasant warmth traveling up my vertebrae one by one. That's when the light started. I need to emphasize that my eyes were closed, but I was seeing colors, not like the vague shapes you sometimes see when you press on your eyelids. These were vibrant, kaleidoscopic patterns of rainbow light, spiraling and pulsing in time with the music, which had picked up additional layers of sound. I wasn't scared. That's the weirdest part looking back. I should have been terrified that my body was experiencing these bizarre sensations, but in the moment, it felt right, like my body had been waiting for this experience. The tingling started next. It followed the path of the warmth, but it was different, like the fizz of carbonation bubbling through my spine, up into my skull. My fingers and toes began to tingle too, not the pins and needles of falling asleep, but a pleasant vibration that made me feel connected to something larger. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. I tried to lift my hand to remove the headband, but my body wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed. And yet, the strange thing was, I still wasn't afraid. It was like I was observing everything from both inside and outside my body at the same time. The music shifted. Layers of chimes and tones became more complex, with what sounded like whispered voices in the background, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The warmth and tingling converged at the top of my head, and I had the distinct sensation that my skull had opened up, not in a gory physical way, but like a flower blooming, creating an opening where energy could flow freely. The tingling transformed into what I can only describe as a serpentine movement, like a snake of pure energy crawling up my spine and out through the opening in my head. I could feel it coiling and uncoiling, moving in rhythm with the music. Time completely lost meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. I was floating in this state of paralysis and ecstasy, surrounded by colors and sensations that shouldn't be possible. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The final tone of the song hung in the air for what felt like eternity. And then, silence. I could move again. I opened my eyes and sat up, pulling off the headband. My apartment looked exactly the same. The late afternoon sun was still streaming through my windows. The half-empty coffee mug from that morning was still on the table. Everything was normal, except I felt completely transformed. I checked my phone. 10 minutes had passed. Just 10 minutes. I felt oddly calm and energized at the same time. I went to the kitchen and made dinner like I'd planned. Some pasta with jarred sauce. Nothing fancy. I ate while watching Netflix, trying to process what had happened. It felt like I should be more concerned, but the experience had left me with this profound sense that everything was exactly as it should be. Before bed, I wanted to save that track to listen to it again. I opened Spotify and went to my recently played list. It was empty. Completely empty, as if I'd never listened to anything that day. I scrolled through the meditation playlists, the recommendations, searching for that distinctive album cover with purple and gold geometry. Nothing. I Googled various combinations of meditation music, frequencies, kundalini, anything I could think of that might lead me back to that track. Nothing matched what I'd experienced. I slept deeply that night, without the insomnia that had plagued me for months during the pandemic. When I woke up the next morning, everything had changed, though I didn't realize it right away. Over the next few weeks, I started experiencing physical symptoms: extreme fatigue, heart palpitations, sensitivity to light and sound. My doctor ran tests and found that my thyroid was suddenly malfunctioning, something that had never been an issue before. I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's thyroiditis, an autoimmune condition. But the physical changes weren't the most significant. It was my entire outlook that shifted dramatically. The work that had been my identity for 18 years, my master's degree, my licensure, my career helping troubled teens, suddenly felt empty and meaningless. Not because I didn't care about the kids, but because I felt like I was working within a broken system that could never truly help them. I started having these overwhelming urges to spend time in nature. I couldn't stand being in front of screens. The thought of sitting in my apartment, conducting virtual therapy sessions, became physically nauseating. I found myself drawn to physical labor, gardening, fixing things around my apartment, working with my hands. 3 months after that experience with the music, I quit my job. Everyone thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I moved out of the city to a small town where my cousin lived. She helped me get a job with a construction company, something I had zero experience with, but it felt right. It's been 3 years now. I work outdoors most days, building things, using my body. My thyroid condition has stabilized with medication. I make a third of what I used to, and I've never been happier. The constant anxiety that I lived with for decades is just gone. I've spent countless hours researching what happened to me. The closest explanation I've found is something called a Kundalini awakening, a concept from yoga philosophy describing a powerful energy that lies dormant at the base of the spine until it's activated, causing profound spiritual and physical transformations. The description matches almost exactly what I experienced: the heat rising up the spine, the tingling, the sensation of energy moving like a serpent, even the crown of the head opening. But could a random song on Spotify trigger something like that? I've tried finding information about music frequencies that could cause such experiences. There are plenty of videos claiming to activate chakras or trigger spiritual awakenings, but nothing that explains what happened to me. I've never been able to find that track again. Sometimes I wonder if it was even real. Did I hallucinate the whole thing? Was there something in that music specifically designed to trigger neurological responses? Was it just a perfect storm of pandemic stress, burnout, and suggestion? The rational therapist I used to be would have a field day analyzing this. Maybe it was just an elaborate placebo effect that gave me permission to make the life changes I desperately needed. Maybe it was a mild seizure or some other neurological event that coincidentally happened while I was meditating. But I know what I felt. I know what I experienced. That 10-minute session with an unknown song changed the entire trajectory of my life. It's like that music reached inside me and rewired my brain, my priorities, my entire sense of purpose. I still use Spotify, but I'm careful about what I listen to now. Sometimes I catch myself searching for that track again, scrolling through countless meditation playlists and frequency videos, hoping to catch a glimpse of that purple and gold album cover. Part of me wants to experience it again, to confirm it was real. Another part is terrified of what might happen if I found it. I've never told this story to anyone before. My friends and family just think I had a mid-pandemic career crisis. How do you explain to people that a song held you hostage and transformed your life in 10 minutes? That some random meditation track rewrote your entire identity? I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened to me that April evening. But I do know that whoever I was before that song played died on my couch that day. And whoever I am now was born when that final tone faded into silence. Story 13. I've never told anyone about this. I mean, who would believe me? I barely believe it myself. But I need to get it out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 months ago in my apartment in Millfield. I'm 24, living alone while finishing my degree. Nothing unusual about my life. I work part-time at a local cafe, game too much, and struggle with rent like everyone else. I've never been into paranormal stuff or had any weird experiences before this. That night was completely normal. I had a late shift, came home around 11, made a sandwich, and watched some YouTube videos before heading to bed around 1 in the morning. Nothing unusual, no drugs, barely even had a beer that day. I remember feeling tired but not exhausted, and I fell asleep easily. What happened next still makes me question my sanity. I woke up suddenly, not like the normal kind of waking up, but that weird state where you're conscious but can't move. I thought it was sleep paralysis at first. I've had it a couple times before, that terrifying feeling of being awake but unable to move your body. But this was different. My bedroom was visible, but everything looked slightly blurry, like I was seeing it through foggy glass. My IKEA lamp was giving off this dim blue glow that it definitely doesn't normally have. The weird thing was that I could see details of my room, my clothes thrown over the chair, my laptop on the desk, the crack in my ceiling, but they all seemed slightly off, like someone had moved everything just an inch to the left. Then I realized I wasn't alone. There was someone or something standing beside my bed. A woman. At least I think it was a woman. She had a feminine shape, but her features were blurry, like when you try to remember someone's face, but can't quite get the details right. She wasn't scary looking though, which is weird because finding a stranger in your bedroom should be terrifying, right? But I felt strangely calm. I tried to speak, to ask who she was or what she wanted, but my mouth wouldn't work. It wasn't like I was trying and failing. It was more like the concept of speaking didn't even exist. But somehow we were communicating, not with words, but with feelings, intentions. It's hard to explain. She would project a sense of reassurance and I would understand. I would feel confusion and she would respond with calm. She moved closer to me and I noticed her hands. They were the clearest part of her, long fingers, almost too long, with pale skin that seemed to glow slightly in the weird blue light. She reached toward my right arm, which was laying on top of my blanket. I couldn't move it away, but strangely I didn't want to. She touched my arm with those long fingers and my skin tingled. Not unpleasantly, but like when your foot falls asleep and starts to wake up. Then she produced something from nowhere, a needle, not like a sewing needle, but not quite a medical one either. It was longer and seemed to shimmer, like it wasn't fully solid. This should have been the point where I freaked out, right? Some stranger in my room about to stab me with a weird needle, but I felt this overwhelming sense of this is necessary coming from her, like when you're at the doctor and know the shot is going to help you, even if it hurts. She inserted the needle into my forearm, right over one of my veins. I watched it sink in, deeper and deeper. I could feel it. Not pain exactly, but pressure, a weird sensation of something foreign entering my body. The needle went impossibly deep, touching bone, and I could feel it scraping against my radius. Even thinking about it now makes me shudder. But in the moment, I just watched with detached curiosity. The needle seemed to be extracting something, not blood. It was darker, more like a shadow being pulled from inside me. I felt relief as it came out, like having a splinter removed that you didn't know was there. The whole time, she kept projecting feelings of reassurance. Then things got even weirder. After removing the needle, she produced what looked like surgical scissors, small, precise, with curved blades. Again, there was no sense of threat. She placed them against my skin and began to cut. I watched as she cut my arm open from wrist to elbow, a clean line right down the middle. The skin parted, and I could see inside my own arm, fat, tendons, veins, everything exposed to the air. It should have been excruciating. It should have been bleeding everywhere. But there was no blood, no pain, just that same sensation of pressure and release. She reached inside my opened arm with those long fingers and seemed to be adjusting something, moving things around. I could feel tugging and shifting inside, but instead of horror, I felt relief, like she was fixing something that had been wrong for a long time. It was the strangest feeling, watching someone manipulate the inside of your body while feeling nothing but gratitude. After what seemed like forever, but was probably just minutes, she withdrew her hands from my arm. I glanced down, expecting to see the grotesque sight of my opened limb, but my arm looked completely normal. No cut, no blood, not even a mark where the needle had been. Just my regular arm with its freckles and the small scar from when I fell off my bike as a kid. I looked back at her, confused. She moved closer to my face then, her blurry features almost touching mine. I felt something being communicated to me, something important, knowledge flowing directly into my mind, bypassing language entirely. It felt massive, significant, like being told the answer to a question I'd been asking my whole life without realizing it. And then, nothing. I woke up for real this time, sitting bolt upright in bed, heart racing, covered in sweat. My room was normal, no blue light, no blurry edges, just morning sunlight coming through my blinds and the sound of my neighbor's dog barking outside. I immediately checked my arm. Nothing, no marks, no soreness, nothing to indicate anything had happened. I examined every inch of it, even checked my other arm just in case. Nothing. But here's the thing. It didn't feel like a dream. I've had vivid dreams before, even lucid ones. This was different. It felt more real than reality itself. The sensations were too specific, too detailed. The pressure of the needle hitting bone, the strange relief as she manipulated whatever was inside my arm, the weight of the information she shared with me at the end. Except I can't remember what that information was. It's like trying to remember something on the tip of your tongue, but a million times more frustrating. I know it was important. I know it changed something fundamental about how I understand the world, but I can't access it. It's like that part of my memory has been encrypted and I don't have the password. For weeks afterward, I was obsessed with figuring out what happened. I researched sleep paralysis, alien abduction theories, as crazy as that sounds, medical conditions that could cause hallucinations. I even went to a doctor to get my arm checked out, making up some story about numbness. The X-ray showed nothing unusual. I started sleeping with my lights on, then with a camera recording me all night. Nothing unusual ever showed up on the recordings. No visitors, no missing time, just me sleeping normally. Eventually, I had to accept that either nothing happened or whatever did happen doesn't show up on conventional recordings, but I still know what I experienced. Sometimes I'll be doing something completely normal, making coffee, typing at my computer, and I'll get this flash of memory. The feeling of my arm being opened up, the relief as something was adjusted inside me, the sensation of important knowledge being poured into my mind. And occasionally, I notice things, small things that make me wonder, like how I used to get these stress headaches that would last for days. They've completely stopped since that night, or how colors sometimes seem more vibrant than they used to, especially blues, or how I'll occasionally understand something complex, like when my friend was explaining quantum physics concepts with surprising clarity, as if I already knew it. I've started having strange dreams too, not scary ones, just different. Dreams where I'm looking down at Earth from very far away, or where I'm communicating with people without speaking. Dreams where I understand how everything is connected, like seeing the universe as one giant system. I always wake up from these dreams feeling peaceful, but the clarity fades within minutes, just like the message from that night. Sometimes I wonder if she'll come back. Part of me hopes she will. Maybe she could help me remember what she told me. Another part of me is terrified at the thought, what if next time it isn't so peaceful? What if next time I feel the pain that should have been there? I still sleep in the same room, the same bed. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night expecting to see that blue glow, those blurry edges to reality, those long fingers reaching for me. So far, nothing. But I can't shake the feeling that something fundamental changed that night, that something was removed from me, or perhaps added, that I'm not quite the same person I was before, not in a bad way necessarily, just different. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I barely believe it myself. But it happened. At least it happened to me in some way that feels more real than anything else I've ever experienced, and I still don't know what to make of it. Story 14. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Not because I don't think people would believe me, but because even now, 20 years later, I can't talk about it without getting choked up. It doesn't make sense. I wasn't scared when it happened, so why does it affect me so deeply now? I was 9 years old when we moved into that apartment building on Maple Street. It wasn't anything special, just a plain brick 3-story building from the 70s in a regular neighborhood. Our unit was on the second floor, with worn carpet in the hallways and those cheap popcorn ceilings. Nothing like those creepy Victorian mansions you see in horror movies. My bedroom was small, but had this big closet with mirrored sliding doors that took up almost an entire wall. I remember my mum saying it would make the room look bigger, but honestly, I just liked making funny faces in it while I was supposed to be getting ready for school. The first week was normal. I was dealing with being the new kid at school, trying to make friends, and getting used to the new place. Nothing weird happened until exactly 2 weeks after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night, not with a jolt or because of a noise. I just opened my eyes. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15 in the morning. My room wasn't completely dark because the streetlight outside cast this faint orange glow through my thin curtains. That's when I saw her. Standing by my closet mirror was a woman. She was just standing there, completely still, facing the mirror, not looking at me, just staring at her reflection. She wore a long white wedding dress that reached the floor, the kind with lace and beading that caught what little light there was in the room. I couldn't see her face clearly. It was like she was wrapped in shadows despite standing in the part of the room where the streetlight hit. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. Looking back now, I should have been terrified finding a stranger in my bedroom in the middle of the night. But I felt calm, almost like I was still half dreaming. I watched her for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. She never moved, never turned around, just stood there looking into the mirror. Eventually, my eyelids got heavy and I fell back asleep. The next morning, I told my mom about the lady in the white dress while she was making my breakfast. "Honey, you were probably dreaming," she said, sliding a plate of scrambled eggs in front of me. "I wasn't dreaming, Mom. I was awake. She was just standing there looking in my mirror." My mom rolled her eyes and smiled. "That's probably your dad messing with you. He got that little projector for his work presentations. He's such a jokester." I shrugged and ate my eggs. Maybe she was right. Dad did like to play pranks, but that night it happened again. Same time, 3:15. I opened my eyes and there she was, in the exact same spot, in the same position, wearing the same dress, just staring into the mirror. I thought about what my mum said about Dad playing a prank, so I almost called out, "Dad, I know it's you." But something stopped me. The words got stuck in my throat. I couldn't make a sound. Not out of fear, I still wasn't scared, but because it felt wrong somehow, like I was intruding on something private. So I just watched her again until I fell back asleep. This continued for almost 2 weeks straight. Every single night, I'd wake up at exactly 3:15 and she'd be there. Same position, same dress, same silence. I kept telling my mum, but she kept dismissing it as dreams or Dad's pranks. I even asked Dad directly if he was projecting images in my room at night, and he looked at me like I had two heads. "Why would I do that, Pumpkin? That would be pretty creepy, even for me." I tried staying awake one night to catch her appearing, but I always fell asleep before 3:15, no matter how hard I tried. Then I'd wake up right on time, and there she'd be. On the 13th night, I decided to be brave. I was going to get out of bed and approach her. I'd been sharing my room with this silent visitor for almost 2 weeks, and my curiosity was getting the better of me. When I woke up that night and saw her in her usual spot, I slowly pushed back my covers. But before I could swing my legs over the side of the bed, I froze. She wasn't alone. Standing next to her was a man in a black tuxedo. Like her, his face was obscured by shadows, but I could make out his tall figure and broad shoulders. They were holding hands, their fingers intertwined, both staring straight ahead into the mirror. For the first time since these visits began, I felt a chill run through me. Not fear exactly, but something like recognition. Like when you suddenly remember something important you'd forgotten. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't move. They stood there together, completely still, for what seemed like longer than usual. Then, still holding hands, they turned slightly toward each other. He lifted his free hand and gently touched her veil, lifting it over her head. I still couldn't see their faces, but I somehow knew they were looking into each other's eyes. Then they both turned and looked directly at me. I gasped. The first sound I'd made during any of these encounters. They didn't react to the noise. They just looked at me for a long moment, then slowly turned back to the mirror and faded away. Not dramatically or with any special effects. They just sort of became less there until they weren't there at all. I didn't fall back asleep that night. I lay awake until morning, not scared, but feeling this overwhelming sadness I couldn't explain. When I told my mum at breakfast, I started crying, though I didn't know why. That was the last time I saw them. I waited every night for weeks, but they never came back. Life went on. I made friends at school, and eventually I stopped thinking about my nighttime visitors so much. We lived in that apartment for 3 more years before moving to a different state for Dad's job. On our last day, while we were packing the final boxes, Mom came into my room and sat on my stripped mattress. "Emma," she said quietly, "I need to tell you something." I looked up from the comic book I was reading on the floor. "You know those people you used to see at night? The ones in the wedding clothes?" I nodded slowly. "We hadn't talked about them in years. I believe you saw them," she said. "I've always believed you." "But you said it was Dad playing pranks," I said, confused. Mom sighed. "I know. I didn't want to scare you. This place always felt off to me. The first week we moved in, I kept feeling like someone was watching me when I was alone. I'd find things moved around that neither you nor your father had touched. One time, I swear I heard a woman crying in your room when you were at school." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. "What kind of mother tells her 9-year-old daughter that our apartment might be haunted?" She gave a weak laugh. "I thought if I pretended everything was normal, you'd feel safe." "I always felt safe," I told her. "Even when they were here, I never felt scared." Mom nodded, looking relieved. "The landlord called yesterday about our security deposit. I mentioned we were leaving because your father got a new job, and he said, 'Oh, I thought it might be because of the newlyweds.'" I felt my heart skip. "What?" "Apparently, back in 1987, a young couple lived in this unit. They had just gotten married. The husband was driving them to their honeymoon when they got into a car accident. They both died. The landlord said at least 3 tenants before us reported seeing them." I stared at the mirrored closet doors, trying to process this. Why would they come to me? Why my room? Mom shook her head. "I don't know, honey. Maybe they felt a connection to you. Maybe they just wanted someone to see them." We finished packing in silence. As we were leaving, I took one last look at that mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a flash of white reflected in it, but when I blinked, it was gone. It's been 20 years, and I still don't know why they chose to visit me or why they finally left. Was I just witnessing a replay of their past? Or were they actually there, conscious of me watching them? Why did they only look at me that final night? The strangest part is how emotional I get when I think about them. I wasn't a particularly sensitive kid, and like I said, I was never scared. But whenever I remember them, especially that last night when they looked at me, I get this lump in my throat and this ache in my chest that I can't explain. I've lived in 6 different places since then, some much older than that apartment building. I've never experienced anything supernatural again. But sometimes, when I catch myself in a mirror at night, I pause for just a moment, half expecting to see someone else reflected back, a bride in white waiting for her groom to join her one last time. Story 15. I've been working at Mitchell's Metal Fabrication for almost 2 years now. It's an old industrial building from the 1960s that sits on the outskirts of town, tucked away behind a line of maple trees and surrounded by overgrown fields. The pay is decent, and I'm good at what I do, MIG welding, mostly custom metal fabrication for local businesses, and sometimes restoration work on classic cars. The thing is, I'm not the only one who spends time in that workshop, and I don't mean my co-workers. It started about 3 months after I began working there. I was staying late to finish a rush order for some custom railings. Everyone else had gone home, and I was alone in my section of the shop, or so I thought. I remember feeling that prickly sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. When I looked up from my welding bench, I saw him for the first time. He was standing by the materials rack, maybe 15 feet away. An older man, probably in his 60s, wearing dark trousers, a button-up shirt, and this old-fashioned sweater vest. He was just watching me work. The weird thing was, he was standing in a spot where there wasn't actually floor, just a gap between the steel rack and the wall, physically impossible. But there he was. When I tried to look directly at him, his face seemed to blur, like someone had smudged it with their thumb. But in my peripheral vision, he was clear as day. I remember my heart pounding as I called out, "Hey, you can't be in here!" My voice echoed through the empty shop, but the man didn't react. He just kept watching. I put down my welding gun and walked toward him. As I got within about 8 feet, he simply faded away. Just gone. I checked everywhere, behind the racks, the office, the bathroom. Nobody. All doors were locked from the inside. I was completely alone. After that first encounter, I started seeing him regularly, always in the same clothes, always watching me work, always with that blurred face when I looked directly at him. He never seemed threatening, just interested in what I was doing. I started calling him the supervisor in my head. About a month later, the second one showed up. This one was different, shorter, rounder, wearing what looked like old work clothes, kind of like what my grandpa used to wear in his garage. The first time I spotted him, he was standing behind the plastic welding curtain we used to shield the shop from arc flash. Just the outline of him, hands clasped behind his back, watching. When I walked around the curtain, no one was there. He became a regular too. I'd spot him looking through the windows from outside, even though we're on the second floor with no access, or he'd be standing behind the storage shelves, just observing. Like the supervisor, he never felt threatening, just curious. I got used to them, honestly. Weird as it sounds, they became almost like silent colleagues. I'd even find myself nodding in their direction sometimes when I finished a particularly good weld. My co-workers thought I was nuts when I casually mentioned the old guys who watch us work. Everyone laughed it off, but I noticed the shop foreman, Mike, got real quiet. Later, he pulled me aside and asked what exactly I'd seen. When I described them, he just nodded and said, "Yeah, they've been here a long time. Don't mind them. They're just checking the quality." Turns out I wasn't the first to see them. Apparently, the building used to be owned by 2 brothers who ran the original metalwork shop here in the 1970s. Both died within a few years of each other. Heart attacks, according to Mike. They were known for their craftsmanship and attention to detail. I guess they're still keeping an eye on things. For a while, that was it. Just me and my 2 silent observers. I got comfortable with them. Too comfortable. Then the third one showed up. It was a Wednesday night, about 7 months ago. I remember because we'd just gotten a big shipment of stainless steel and I was working overtime again. The shop was quiet, except for the hum of my welder and the radio playing some classic rock station. I was sitting at my bench, focused on a complicated joint, when I caught movement from my right side. Something was sprinting toward me. Not walking, sprinting. I jerked my head up, and for a split second, literally less than a heartbeat, I saw it. A dark figure, not quite human-shaped, moving impossibly fast. By the time I fully turned to look, it was right in my face. And then it was gone. Vanished. The shop suddenly felt ice cold. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though it was May and the heating was off. The radio crackled with static, the music cutting out and being replaced by a harsh white noise that made my teeth hurt. The welding machine shut off, just died mid-weld, which never happens with these industrial units. When I checked the power switch, it was physically in the off position, though I hadn't touched it. That's when I heard the grumble. Not a voice exactly. More like the sound of someone deeply, deeply angry, muttering right into my ear. I could hear it clearly, even with my ear protection on. It was a sound that vibrated in my chest and made my skin crawl. I grabbed my jacket and got the hell out of there. Left all my tools on the bench, something I never do. I just couldn't stay another minute. The next day, I almost didn't go in. But I needed the job, and in the light of day, I managed to convince myself I'd been overworked and imagining things. When I got to my station, everything was exactly as I'd left it, except my welding wire was completely unspooled, hundreds of feet of it tangled and coiled like a nest of metal snakes all over my workspace. It would have taken someone hours to create that mess, and my tools, which I keep meticulously organized, were scattered all over the floor. Mike noticed and came over. He took one look at the mess, and his face went pale. "You've met the third one," he said, not a question. "What the hell is going on, Mike?" I demanded. He sighed and rubbed his face. "Look, the brothers, the ones who watch, they're harmless. But there was another guy who worked here back then. Story goes, he was fired for sabotaging other workers' projects. Jealous type. Real mean streak. A few months after they let him go, he broke in one night, probably to cause more trouble. They found him the next morning. He'd fallen into one of the metal presses. I felt sick. And now he's, what? Haunting the place?" Mike shrugged. "All I know is some folks who work here have had issues, equipment failing, tools going missing, that feeling of someone breathing down your neck. It comes and goes, usually attaches to one person at a time." He looked genuinely sorry. "Guess you're it now." From that day on, my job became a nightmare. The third ghost, I started calling it the saboteur, made its presence known daily. Unlike the observer spirits, this one was active, aggressive. My equipment would shut off mid-use. I'd set down a tool and turn back to find it gone, only to discover it across the room or inside a cabinet. Once, a full cup of coffee flipped itself over, narrowly missing a finished piece I'd spent days on. The grumbling became regular too. Sometimes it was right in my ear. Other times it seemed to come from inside the walls or machines. It never formed words I could understand, just this deep, angry muttering that made my skin crawl. Worst of all were the shadows. When the saboteur was active, I'd see them, small, dark shapes skittering across the floor or up the walls. Not quite rats, not quite spiders, just shadows with purpose. They'd dart at the corners of my vision, sometimes seeming to run right up to my feet before vanishing. They never did anything specific, but they always came with the saboteur. There are places in the shop I won't go anymore. The storage room in the back gives me major EBGBs. The stairwell to the basement level, forget it. I'd rather walk outside and around the building in a blizzard than take those stairs. Something feels wrong in those spaces, a heaviness in the air, like the oxygen is slightly too thick to breathe properly. I've developed coping mechanisms. I talk out loud sometimes, telling the supervisor and the other observer about what I'm working on. Somehow, when they're around, the saboteur is less active. It's like they keep him in check. I've started bringing in an extra set of tools that I hide in different spots. I check my equipment obsessively before using it. Last month, things escalated. I was using the plasma cutter, essentially a tool that uses electrically charged gas to cut through metal. It requires extreme focus since you're basically controlling a 30,000-degree beam that can slice through steel like butter. I was halfway through a precision cut when the machine suddenly ramped up to maximum power, something that shouldn't be possible without adjusting multiple settings. The cutting arc jumped and nearly caught my hand. I shut everything down immediately and stepped back, heart racing. That's when I heard it. Not the usual grumbling, but actual laughter. Low, cruel laughter coming from everywhere and nowhere. When I looked up, I saw the saboteur for only the second time. It was standing by the emergency exit, a dark silhouette against the red exit sign. Unlike the other spirits, I couldn't make out any clothing details or features. It was just a human-shaped darkness, deeper than shadow. As I watched, it raised one arm and pointed directly at me. The shadows started moving then, dozens of them skittering across the floor in my direction. I backed away, knocking over my workbench in the process. The crash echoed through the shop, and suddenly the supervisor was there, standing between me and the saboteur. I couldn't see his face as usual, but his posture was different, rigid, confrontational. The other observer appeared too, off to the side, hands no longer behind his back, but clenched at his sides. The temperature in the shop plummeted. My breath clouded in front of me as three ghosts faced off in some kind of standoff I couldn't understand. The shadows retreated, gathering around the saboteur like a roiling pool of darkness. For a moment, nothing moved. Then all three figures simply winked out. Gone. The shop temperature returned to normal, and I was left standing alone with my overturned workbench and racing heart. I've been back at work every day since then. The supervisor and the other observer still show up regularly, standing in their impossible spots, watching me work with what I now perceive as something like protection. The saboteur is still around too. I feel its presence, hear the occasional grumble, find tools moved or materials disturbed, but it hasn't shown itself directly again. I don't know what happened between these spirits that day, or what their unfinished business might be. All I know is that I'm caught in the middle of something that started long before I arrived at this job, and will probably continue long after I leave. For now, I've reached an uneasy truce with my workshop ghosts. I do my work, I acknowledge the observers with a nod when they appear, and I stay vigilant against the saboteur's tricks. It's not ideal, but the pay is good, and honestly, what workplace doesn't have its problems? I just wish mine weren't quite so supernatural. Story 16. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. I'm still not sure if writing it down is a good idea, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I've had 4 distinct entities, I guess you'd call them, that have followed me through different stages of my life. Each one has its own way of making itself known, and I swear on everything I care about that this is all true. The first one started when I was around 16. My sister and I nicknamed it Sweetie Feet, or sometimes Sweaty Feet, because of the sound it made. I was still living at home with my parents and sister in our old 2-story house. The first time I heard it, I was trying to fall asleep around midnight. The house was completely quiet. My parents were asleep, my sister was in her room across the hall, then I heard it. This weird slurping sound, like someone walking with soaking wet feet on our hardwood floors. You know that sound when you get out of the shower and your feet are all wet and they make that sticky, slapping noise with each step? Exactly like that. At first, I thought maybe someone went to the bathroom and spilled water, but the footsteps kept going, up and down the hallway outside my bedroom. I remember lying there, completely frozen, listening to these wet footsteps pacing back and forth. The freakiest part was how they would sometimes stop right outside my door, like whatever it was knew I was listening and was taunting me. The next morning, I asked my family if anyone had been up walking around, and they all denied it. I might have dismissed it as a weird dream, except a few nights later my sister came barging into my room around 1 in the morning, looking terrified. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I knew immediately what she meant. The wet footsteps? She nodded, her face pale. "They were right outside my door. I thought it was you or Mom, but when I looked out there was nobody there." That's what makes Sweetie Feet different from the others. My sister heard it too, multiple times, over the course of about 2 years. Sometimes I'd hear it, sometimes she would, sometimes on the same night in different parts of the house. We'd text each other, "Do you hear that?" And the other would reply, "Yep, stay in your room." The second entity showed up when I was still 16, about 6 months after Sweetie Feet first appeared. This one I called Freddy, because what I heard reminded me of Freddy Krueger. It was around 3 in the morning. I was half asleep when I heard this scratching sound coming from the wall between my bedroom and my sister's room. It sounded exactly like metal blades slowly dragging across the drywall. Scritch, scritch, scritch. My sister was staying at a friend's house that night, so I knew her room was empty. The scratching continued, moving from one side of the wall to the other, like whatever was making the sound was pacing inside the wall. I was so scared I couldn't move. I grabbed my phone and called my mom, then my sister, but neither of them answered. It was 3 in the morning after all. I spent the rest of the night with my light on, huddled under my blankets, listening to that awful scratching until the sun came up. When my mum finally woke up, I told her what happened. We went into my sister's room to check the wall, but there were no marks on it. But here's the truly inexplicable part. There was a trail of water on the floor. It started in the middle of my sister's room and led straight to my bedroom door. The weird thing was that it went over the door threshold, which is raised about an inch off the ground. Water doesn't flow uphill like that. There's no logical explanation for how that water got there. The third ghost started haunting me when I was 20. I had just moved back home after my first year of college. I called this one Talker, or sometimes Toker, meaning tapper. One night I was downstairs playing computer games. Everyone else was asleep upstairs. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I heard a tapping on the window behind me. Tap. 5 seconds passed. Tap. 5 seconds passed. Tap. It was so rhythmic, so precise. I turned around but couldn't see anything outside in the darkness. The tapping continued for maybe 2 minutes, always exactly 5 seconds between each tap. It wasn't a branch or anything natural. There was nothing near that window that could have caused it. Plus, the precision of the timing was what made it so unnerving. Nature isn't that consistent. I was so freaked out that I shut down my computer and ran upstairs to my bedroom on the 3rd floor. I closed the door, turned on all the lights, and tried to calm down. Then it started again, tap, 5 seconds, tap, 5 seconds, tap. But now it was coming from my bedroom window, 3 stories up. There's no way anyone could have climbed up there. There's no tree, no ledge, nothing that would give someone access to that window. I ended up sleeping with the lights on for a week after that. Talker would come back every few months, always with the same precise 5-second interval between taps, always starting on a lower floor window and then following me to whatever room I fled to. The 4th and most recent entity is the one that truly terrifies me. I call it Mr. Echo. This one started when I was 22 and had my own apartment for the first time. I was up late one night smoking by my open living room window. I know, gross habit, but relevant to the story. The apartment was completely silent, except for some faint traffic noise from outside. Then I heard it, whispering. Not just random whispering, but loud enough that I could tell it was moving. It started at the entrance to my living room, then moved in a straight line across the room. As the whispering passed by my dresser, a framed picture fell over, and the glass broke. The whispering continued to the open window where I was sitting, then turned left and stopped. I could actually track its movement through the room, but there was nothing visible causing it. That was the first encounter with Mr. Echo, but not the last. What makes this entity different, and frankly, more terrifying, is that it's getting more frequent and more interactive. About a month after that first incident, I was lying in bed when I clearly heard a female voice whisper directly into my ear, "Yeah, give it up." I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned on the light and searched my entire apartment, but I was completely alone. 2 weeks later, it happened again. This time the whisper said, "Eric and Isabella the greatest." I don't know anyone named Eric or Isabella. A few days after that it whispered, "I love you," while I was in the shower. Last week it was, "It's so nice," as I was cooking dinner. What's consistent about Mr. Echo is that when I catch glimpses of it out of the corner of my eye, it always appears as a shadowy, wispy figure, and the voice is always female, always whispering, but loud enough that I can make out the words. Last night was the worst episode yet. I experienced 3 separate encounters in a single night. First, while I was watching TV, the whispering moved from my kitchen to my couch, and I felt the cushion next to me depress slightly, as if someone had sat down. Then, at around midnight, I heard, "Come here, please," from inside my closet. The third time, at about 3 in the morning, I woke up feeling like someone was standing over my bed. The whispering was right above me, but I couldn't make out the words. Just a continuous stream of unintelligible whispers that lasted for maybe 30 seconds before stopping. I don't do drugs. I don't have a history of mental illness. I'm a normal guy with a normal job who happens to have been haunted by 4 different entities throughout my life. I've tried to rationalize it all: old pipes, settling house, overactive imagination. But none of those explanations hold up when you consider the consistency of these experiences over more than a decade. The fact that my sister independently experienced sweetie feet makes me believe I'm not hallucinating. But Mr. Echo is becoming more active, more present, and I don't know what to do. I'm terrified to go to sleep at night. I've started staying at friends' places more often, but I can't do that forever. Just last night I was sitting at my desk when I heard the whispering start again from the hallway. Then I felt something touch the back of my neck, not a hand, more like a cold breath. And the whispering said, "I've always been here." I spun around and saw nothing, but all the hairs on my arms were standing up. I don't know why these things are attached to me. I don't know what they want. All I know is that they're real. They've been with me for years. And Mr. Echo seems to be getting stronger. I'm writing this partly to document what's happening, and partly in the hope that someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me how to make it stop, because I'm starting to think it never will. Story 17. I've always been hesitant to share this, but I need to tell someone who might understand. This happened about 6 years ago, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I grew up in a house we called Rosewood, not some fancy mansion or anything, just a regular 2-story home that was always bursting with noise and life. It was me, my parents, 2 aunts and my grandparents all living under one roof. My grandfather, Abuelo Miguel, was this gentle giant of a man who always smelled like tobacco and peppermint. He was the glue that held our chaotic household together. One thing about our house, we had this weird little system. Our family phone, one of those old landlines with the super long cord, was in the living room right next to the staircase. If someone got a call and they were upstairs, whoever answered would bang 3 times on the wall beside the stairs. That was our signal. 3 bangs meant phone call for you. It was just our thing, you know. Abuelo Miguel started it when I was really little, and it stuck. When I was 9, Abuelo Miguel passed away suddenly from a heart attack. It destroyed all of us, but especially my grandmother, Elena. They'd been married for nearly 50 years, and she'd never handled any of their finances. Within months, things started falling apart. Bills weren't getting paid, and eventually we lost the house. Abuela Elena moved in with my Aunt Rosa in San Diego, while my parents and I found a smaller place across town. Elena helped raise my cousins for years while living with Aunt Rosa. She was amazing with kids, always had been. But then my uncle got military orders to Japan, and suddenly Abuela had nowhere to go. My other aunt couldn't take her in because of some complicated family drama that I was too young to fully understand. So my mum stepped up and invited her to come live with us in Las Vegas, where we'd moved about a year earlier. Abuela Elena arrived on a Thursday. I remember because it was my day off from work, and I helped my mum pick her up from the airport. She seemed smaller somehow, more fragile than I remembered. She'd been so vibrant in Rosewood, always cooking or cleaning or yelling at someone about something. Now she was quiet, almost withdrawn. She brought exactly 2 suitcases with her, everything she had left in the world. My husband Mark and I had our own place by then, but we lived just a few blocks from my parents. We'd been married about 8 months at that point. The night everything happened was a Monday, 4 days after Abuela arrived. Mark and I had gone to see a late movie and then grabbed drinks with some friends. We got home around 2 in the morning, tipsy but not drunk. Our kitchen was this tiny galley-style space with a window that looked out into our backyard. We were hungry, so I was making us some quesadillas while Mark sat at our little table scrolling through his phone. The house was completely silent, except for the sizzle of the pan and the hum of the refrigerator. Then we heard it. 3 distinct, deliberate knocks on the kitchen wall. Bang, bang, bang. I froze with the spatula mid-flip. Mark looked up from his phone. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded slowly. "It came from that wall." He pointed to the wall that separated our kitchen from what used to be my childhood bedroom, which we now used as a home office. The blood drained from my face. I don't know why, but my first thought was intruder. Someone had broken in and was in our office. Mark got up and grabbed a baseball bat we kept in the coat closet. We lived in a decent neighborhood, but you never know, right? We crept down the hallway to the office door. Mark pushed it open slowly with the tip of the bat. Empty. Just my desk, computer, and some bookshelves. No one was there. "Maybe it was the pipes," Mark suggested, lowering the bat. "Or the water heater. It's right below us." I nodded, trying to convince myself he was right. We went back to the kitchen. I flipped the quesadilla, which was now slightly burnt on one side. We were both on edge, speaking in hushed tones as if someone might overhear us. Then it happened again. 3 loud, deliberate knocks. Bang, bang, bang. Exactly the same as before. Not from the pipes or the water heater or the neighbors. It was coming from that same wall. My hands started shaking so badly I had to turn off the stove. "Mark, there's nobody in that room. I just checked." He looked as freaked out as I felt. "Let's check the whole house." We went room by room. Bathroom, bedroom, closets, even looked under the bed. Nothing. We were completely alone in our locked apartment. When we got back to the kitchen, I unplugged the quesadilla maker. No longer hungry. "Let's just go to bed," I said, my voice shaky. "It's probably nothing." We had just stepped into the hallway when it happened a third time. Bang, 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 louder than before, aggressive almost. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Mark dropped the bat with a clatter and grabbed my arm. "We're leaving," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Right now." We didn't even pack overnight bags. I just grabbed my purse, and Mark snatched his keys and wallet from the counter. We ran to the car like something was chasing us and drove straight to his parents' house 20 minutes away. They were confused, but let us crash in their guest room. I didn't sleep a wink that night. The next morning, Mark called our landlord and asked if anyone had access to our apartment or if there had been maintenance work scheduled. Nothing. He even asked about the people who lived next door, but our landlord confirmed they'd been away on vacation for the past week. We went back home around noon, feeling silly in the daylight. Mark's dad came with us, armed with his own larger bat and a flashlight, even though it was broad daylight. We searched every inch of that apartment. We checked the walls for loose boards, looked for signs of animals in the attic, tested all the pipes. Nothing was out of place. Nothing explained those knocks. I was folding laundry that evening when it hit me like a truck. 3 knocks on the wall. Just like we used to do at Rosewood when someone had a phone call. My hands froze on a half-folded t-shirt. I immediately called my mom. "How's Abuela doing?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Oh, she's settling in fine," Mom said. Though she had a rough night last night, said she couldn't sleep because she felt like Abuelo was trying to talk to her. My skin erupted in goosebumps. "What do you mean?" She said she dreamed about him all night, that he was knocking on walls trying to get her attention, but she couldn't find which wall he was behind. Poor thing was so upset this morning. I think she's still grieving, even after all these years. I sat down hard on the edge of the bed. "Mom, what time was this? When did she say she had these dreams?" "I'm not sure, Mija. Late? She was still up when I went to bed around midnight." "Why?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her. She'd think I was crazy. No reason, just wondering. After I hung up, I told Mark. He's always been the skeptical type, science-minded and logical, but even he couldn't dismiss the coincidence. "You think it was your grandfather? Knocking on our wall?" he asked slowly. "I know how it sounds," I said, "but think about it. 3 knocks, the same signal we used at Rosewood. The night Abuela dreams about him knocking on walls." Mark rubbed his face. But why our apartment? Why not your mom's place where your grandmother actually is? That part I couldn't explain. We decided not to mention it to anyone else. Who would believe us anyway? A week went by with no more knocking. Then 2 weeks. We started to relax. Maybe it had been the pipes after all, or some weird acoustic anomaly. Mark researched all kinds of explanations online, each one more plausible than ghost of my dead grandfather. Then one night, about 3 weeks after the first incident, we were up late again. It was a Friday, and we'd been binge watching a new show. It was close to 2 in the morning when we finally decided to call it quits. Mark went to brush his teeth while I turned off the TV and locked up. I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I heard it again. Bang, 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 same wall, same pattern. I nearly dropped the glass. "Mark!" I called out, my voice high and thin. He came running, toothbrush still in his mouth. Was that? Before he could finish, we heard it again. Bang, bang, bang. We didn't run this time. Something felt different. I wasn't scared exactly, more like acknowledged, like someone was trying to get my attention specifically. "Abuelo," I whispered, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. Silence, then softer this time. Bang, bang, bang. I started crying. I don't know why. Mark put his arm around me, toothpaste still on his chin. "What does he want?" Mark whispered. And then it clicked. 2 a.m. We were still up. In Rosewood, Abuelo was always the last one to bed. He'd checked that everyone was where they should be, that the doors were locked, that the stove was off. If anyone was still up past midnight, he'd knock on their door and say it was time for bed. "He's telling us to go to sleep," I said through my tears. "He's still checking on his family." Mark looked skeptical but nodded slowly. "Okay, let's go to bed then." We did. And there were no more knocks that night. The next day, I visited my mom and Abuela. Without mentioning the knocking, I casually asked Abuela if she felt like Abuelo was still around sometimes. Her eyes got misty. "Every day, mija. When I moved to your aunt's house, I thought I'd left him behind at Rosewood. But then strange things would happen. Pictures falling off walls, doors opening on their own. Once the radio turned on by itself, playing our wedding song." She smiled sadly. "He follows me. Even here, I feel him watching over me." Does he ever try to communicate with you?" I asked carefully. She nodded. "In my dreams, and sometimes," she lowered her voice, "sometimes I hear him knocking, 3 times, like he used to do for the telephone at Rosewood. But there's never anyone there when I look." I got chills all over my body. "What do you think he wants?" Abuela smiled. "To let me know he's still here. That he's still watching over all of us." I never told her about our experiences. I didn't need to. Somehow, I knew Abuelo had followed her to Las Vegas, but he was checking on all of us, his entire family, spread out though we were. The knocking still happens occasionally, always at night, always when we're up too late, always 3 distinct bangs on that same kitchen wall. We don't run anymore. Sometimes Mark still gets up to check, but we both know what we'll find. Nothing. It's been years now and I still can't explain it, but I've come to find comfort in those knocks. It's just Abuelo doing what he always did, making sure his family is safe, reminding us to get some sleep. I just wish I could knock back, let him know we hear him, let him know we're okay. Story 18. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. For years, I've kept this to myself because, honestly, who would believe me? I was always the skeptic in our relationship, the one who needed proof for everything. Science was my religion, and physics was my holy book. I literally had a poster of Neil deGrasse Tyson in my college dorm. That's how much of a science nerd I was. Still am, I guess. My girlfriend Isabella, though, complete opposite. She's been seeing things her whole life. Spirits, entities, whatever you want to call them. When we first started dating, she'd casually mentioned seeing a hooded figure with bony hands in her bathroom mirror, or a World War II soldier with a gaping chest wound standing in her grandmother's hallway. Once, she even described a humanoid thing with bloodshot eyes following her around the university library. I'd just nod and smile, thinking, well, everyone's got their quirks. I never believed her, not once. I'd even make science jokes to explain away her sightings. Light refraction, sleep deprivation, overactive imagination. I had an explanation for everything. That all changed about 7 months ago when I moved into her house. It's a corner lot in a quiet suburb with this massive undeveloped backyard area. Actually, it's 2 adjacent lots with scattered trees and wild vegetation. Her family had owned the property for generations, but never fully developed the back portion. It was basically a mini forest behind the house. The first week I moved in, we decided to start landscaping the backyard. I was excited to create a garden area, maybe put in a small patio. As we were walking through the overgrown space, Isabella stopped me and said something that I foolishly brushed off. "Maya, whenever you come back here, especially to areas you haven't been before, you need to say tabi tabi po." I remember rolling my eyes. What does that even mean? It's Filipino. It basically means, please excuse me, or please step aside. It's to show respect to any entities that might be living here. I laughed. "Babe, the only entities back here are mosquitoes and maybe a few rats." She didn't laugh back. Her face was dead serious. "My family has respected this land for generations. There are ancient things here. Some are harmless, some aren't. Just show respect, okay?" I nodded, not taking it seriously at all. Big mistake. The next day, I decided to clear some banana trees that were taking up space where I wanted to put a vegetable garden. Isabella was at work, and I figured I'd surprise her with some progress. I grabbed a machete from the shed and went to town on those trees, chopping them down one by one. Never once did I say, tabi tabi po. Never once did I think about respecting whatever might be living there. That night was the first time it happened. I woke up around 3 in the morning, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even scream. My eyes were open, and I could see our bedroom clearly in the dim light from the street lamp outside. The window was open, which was strange because I specifically remembered closing it before bed. Then I felt it, something crawling through the window. I couldn't turn my head to look, but I could feel eyes on me. Whatever it was watching me from the corner of the room. I lay there, frozen with fear, for what felt like hours, until I finally broke free from the paralysis with a gasp. Isabella woke up immediately. "What's wrong?" I told her about the sleep paralysis, the open window, the feeling of being watched. Her face went pale. "Did you say tabi tabi po when you were cutting those trees yesterday?" I admitted I hadn't. She was furious, not in an angry way, but in a scared way. "Maya, you can't just go destroying things in that backyard without showing respect. Those trees might have been homes to something." I tried to brush it off as just sleep paralysis, a common phenomenon with a scientific explanation, but deep down I was shaken. The window had definitely been closed when we went to bed. For the next few days, I made sure to say the phrase whenever I went into the backyard. Things seemed normal. I started to think it was all just coincidence. Then, about a week later, I was setting up a water faucet in a part of the yard we hadn't touched yet. I was focused on the plumbing and completely forgot the ritual. Didn't even think about it. That night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. Except it didn't feel like a dream at all. I woke up in our bed to the sound of children laughing outside. It was the middle of the night, but when I looked out the window, the backyard was bathed in a strange, silvery light that wasn't quite moonlight. I saw several figures moving among the trees. Some looked human, others definitely weren't. Curiosity pulled me out of bed. I walked outside in my pajamas, following the sound of laughter. As I got closer to the trees, I could make out several spirits, an old woman with long white hair reaching her ankles, a young boy missing an arm, a little girl in a white dress with her back to me. The little girl turned around, and my blood ran cold. Her face was wrong, too wide, mouth stretching from ear to ear, eyes completely black. She beckoned me deeper into the trees. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run back to the house, I followed. The backyard seemed to stretch endlessly now, much larger than it actually was. We passed trees I'd never seen before, crossed a small stream that definitely didn't exist in reality. The girl led me to a clearing where an old man sat on a fallen log. His skin was leathery, wrinkled beyond normal aging, and he wore clothing that looked centuries old. When he saw me, he stood up quickly. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice like rustling leaves. "She's brought you too far." The little girl giggled, the sound like breaking glass. "Go back now," the old man urged, physically placing himself between me and the girl. "I can hold her, but not for long. Run back to your house. Don't stop." I turned and ran. The trees seemed to reach for me, branches grabbing at my clothes. I could hear the girl's laughter getting closer, even though the old man was supposedly holding her back. When I finally broke through to the edge of the yard, I saw our house. But something was wrong. The back gate, which we always kept padlocked, was wide open, the padlock broken on the ground. And standing at the fence was something I'll never forget. It was tall, at least 7 feet, humanoid, but wrong. It had the face of an owl, but not like a mask, like it was actually part of the being. Its eyes were enormous and black, reflecting nothing. It didn't speak, but I heard its voice in my head clear as day. "Nothing will keep us from you." I ran past it, feeling its gaze burning into my back. As I approached the house, I looked over my shoulder. The girl had changed. She was now a man, his body twisted and elongated, moving in a way human bodies can't move. He was following me, fast. I made it to the back door and slammed it shut just as he reached it. He stopped at the threshold, unable or unwilling to enter. His face pressed against the glass, that too wide smile stretching impossibly further. "You cut down our home," he said, voiced like multiple people speaking at once. "We were already here. We will always be here." I backed away from the door, only to bump into something solid behind me. Turning around, I found myself face to face with what appeared to be a tribal leader. His face was decorated with paint or tattoos, and he wore a headdress made of feathers and bones. "You have no respect," he said, circling me like a predator. "You must learn." He raised his hand, and I instinctively took a fighting stance. I'd been doing martial arts since I was 10, and muscle memory kicked in. But when I tried to block his strike, his hand passed through my defense like it wasn't there, like a hot knife through butter. I felt a sharp pain across my cheek, then another across my arm. "Remember," he said, as more entities began to fill the room. Some looked human, others were more like shadows or bundles of limbs. "Remember, we were here first." I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. Isabella was still asleep beside me. It was just before dawn. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. It was just a dream, I told myself, just a nightmare. Then I felt something warm on my face. When I touched my cheek, my fingers came away with blood. I had 3 distinct scratches running from my temple to my jaw. My arm had similar marks. I shook Isabella awake, showing her the scratches. "What the hell is happening?" I demanded, my voice breaking. She examined the marks, her face grim. "You went into the backyard yesterday, didn't you, without saying the words?" I nodded, suddenly remembering the faucet installation. "They're reminding you that this is their home too," she said simply. "You need to show respect." That morning, I went into the backyard, saying "Tabi Tabi Po" very clearly, and made an offering of fruit and flowers at the base of one of the oldest trees. I apologized aloud for cutting down the banana trees without permission. I felt ridiculous doing it, but also terrified not to. The scratches on my face and arm healed within days, without leaving scars. Physically, there was no evidence of what happened. But I was changed. I became careful about every action I took in that backyard. Before cutting any plant, before moving any stone, I would say the phrase and wait a moment, as if asking permission. I started to notice things I hadn't before. Certain areas of the yard that felt colder than others. Spots where the birds never sang. The way the shadows sometimes moved when there was nothing to cast them. Isabella told me the backyard had always been like this. Her family had learned to coexist with whatever lived there. Some entities were harmless, even helpful, keeping pests away from the garden, for instance. Others were dangerous if provoked. It was all about maintaining respect and balance. I never had another dream like that one, but sometimes when I'm in the backyard at dusk, I catch glimpses of movement at the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear children laughing when there are no children around, and sometimes, very rarely, I feel eyes watching me from the trees, enormous black eyes in an owl-like face. I'm still a scientist at heart. I still look for rational explanations, but living here has taught me that there are things beyond our understanding, existing alongside us, whether we acknowledge them or not. The scratches healed without a trace, but the memory of that owl-faced entity still sends shivers down my spine. Whenever I'm working in the backyard and the hair on the back of my neck stands up, I know I'm not alone. I say, "Tabi tabi po," and I feel the presence retreat. Some things you just have to accept. Some boundaries weren't meant to be crossed, and some backyards aren't just backyards. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about it. 7 years later, and I still catch myself holding my breath sometimes when I'm alone at night, listening for that sound. I guess I should start at the beginning. I was 18, living with my mom in Mapleton in a house we'd only been in for about 2 years. It was a newer build in a developing neighborhood, nothing special or historic about it, just your average suburban home with beige walls and laminate countertops. My dad had moved out when I was 15, and it was just Mom and me, no siblings, not even a pet at that point. That night started like any other. It was the middle of summer, around 2 in the morning, and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. Mom had gone to bed hours earlier. She had to be up at 5 for her nursing shift. I remember it was super quiet that night, like unusually quiet. No crickets, no distant traffic sounds, nothing. Just that weird summer night stillness where the air feels heavy. I was getting sleepy, that fuzzy-headed feeling right before you drift off, when I first heard it. At first I thought it was coming from my phone, but I'd closed all my apps. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. Someone was humming inside my room. It was a little girl's voice, high-pitched but somehow hollow, like it was coming through an old radio. The melody was broken and hesitant, like she was trying to remember the tune as she went along. I recognized it immediately as Greensleeves. My grandmother used to sing it to me, but this wasn't a comforting sound, not at all. The humming was soft at first, barely audible. I remember thinking maybe I was imagining it or dreaming it, but then it got louder and louder, and it was definitely coming from the corner of my room, near my closet. I literally felt my blood turn cold. That's not just an expression. I felt this icy sensation wash through my veins. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. No, 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 this isn't happening. I remember whispering to myself. I kept repeating it like a mantra, as if saying it would make whatever was happening stop. The humming continued, getting louder. I couldn't see anything in the corner, just shadows. But the sound was unmistakable. A little girl, humming that broken melody, pausing occasionally like she was trying to remember the next part. I've never moved so fast in my life. I jumped out of bed, nearly tripping over my blankets. I didn't dare look toward the corner. I just scrambled to my desk, where I kept my old DVD player, and grabbed the first DVD I could find. The Three Stooges collection my dad had given me years ago. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the disc in. I cranked the volume as high as it would go. The sudden blare of the theme music and the guys' voices filled the room, drowning out the humming. I didn't care if I woke my mom up. I didn't care about anything except making that sound stop. I backed up to my bed, sitting with my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the TV screen, but not really watching it. I was just listening, straining to hear if the humming was still there beneath the Stooges' antics. I don't know how long I sat like that. An hour? 2? Eventually, my eyelids got heavy despite the adrenaline. I remember thinking I should go get my mom, but I was terrified to leave my room. What if the humming followed me? What if I encountered whoever was making that sound in the hallway, so I stayed put? At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with a start around 7 in the morning, the DVD menu playing on a loop. The sun was streaming through my blinds, and the house was filled with normal morning sounds. My mom was in the kitchen making coffee. I could smell it. I felt ridiculous in the daylight. Had I really freaked out over nothing? Maybe it was just the beginning of a dream, or some weird audio from a neighbor's house carrying through the walls. I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and tried to shake off the lingering unease. When I went to the kitchen, Mom looked at me with concern. "You okay, Lil? I heard the Three Stooges blaring from your room at like 3 in the morning." I hesitated, then decided to just tell her. My mum's pretty open-minded about supernatural stuff. When I was little, she used to tell me stories about how she thought she saw her grandfather's ghost the night after he died. "Mum, something really weird happened last night," I said, sitting at the counter. I heard a little girl humming in my room." She frowned, setting down her coffee mug. "What do you mean?" I explained everything. The silence, the humming starting, the melody, how it got louder, how terrified I was. "It was like this," I said, and tried to mimic the broken, halting melody I'd heard. And that's when it happened again. The moment I started to hum, another voice joined in, the same high, hollow voice from the night before, but this time it was louder, clearer, and seemed to be coming from right between my mum and me. The coffee mug slipped from my mum's hand and shattered on the floor. Her eyes went wide, and I knew she heard it too. The humming continued for maybe 15 seconds, the longest 15 seconds of my life. The melody was clearer now, definitely Greensleeves, but still with those unnatural pauses, like the child was struggling to remember parts of it, and then it just stopped. Mid-phrase. The kitchen was silent except for the sound of the refrigerator humming and my mom's shaky breathing. "Did you—" I started. "Yes," she whispered. I heard it. We stood there frozen for what felt like forever. Then Mom suddenly went into action mode, grabbing paper towels to clean up the coffee, her hands visibly trembling. "It's okay," she kept saying, though it clearly wasn't. "It's okay, it's okay." That day was surreal. We both went about our routines, me to my summer job at the mall, Mom to run errands after her night shift, but I couldn't focus on anything. Customers would ask me questions, and I'd have to ask them to repeat themselves because all I could think about was that humming. When I got home that evening, Mom had sage burning in every room. She'd stopped by her friend's New Age shop and bought every protection crystal they had. I didn't have the heart to tell her I thought it was useless. Whatever had been in our house wasn't something you could chase away with sage and rose quartz. That night, I couldn't sleep in my room. I dragged my mattress into Mom's room and slept on her floor. We left lights on, played music softly all night. Neither of us wanted to admit how scared we were. Days passed, then weeks. No more humming. We gradually relaxed, started sleeping in our own rooms again. Life went back to normal, but with this new undercurrent of awareness. Something had been in our house, something that wasn't human, and it could come back at any time. The weirdest part, it never did, at least not in the same way. Over the next few years, we had other strange experiences in that house, lights turning on by themselves, the TV changing channels when no one was near the remote. Once, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen were open when we came home, though we were both certain they'd been closed when we left, but we never heard the humming girl again. I went off to college, came back for holidays. Mom eventually moved to a smaller place when I decided to stay in my college town after graduation. We still talk about that morning sometimes, usually late at night over the phone, when we're both feeling brave enough to bring it up. The thing that disturbs me most wasn't just hearing the ghost, it was that it seemed to respond to me. When I tried to demonstrate the melody, it joined in, like it was acknowledging me, like it wanted us to know it was there, and it was listening. A few years ago, I got curious and started researching local legends. Mapleton isn't known for being particularly haunted, but I found some forum posts from other residents who described similar experiences. A humming girl, always the same broken melody, always appearing for a short time before vanishing again. One older post from someone who'd lived in the area for decades claimed there were stories about a traveling ghost, the spirit of a young girl who supposedly moves from house to house around Mapleton. According to the story, she was a child who died in the early 1900s, long before our neighborhood was even built. She doesn't haunt specific houses, she haunts the land itself, appearing wherever she pleases. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know what to believe, honestly. All I know is what I heard, what my mother heard, and the absolute certainty that it wasn't our imagination. Sometimes I catch myself humming Greensleeves without realizing it, and every time I stop immediately, my heart racing, listening for a second voice to join in. It never has. Not yet, anyway. But sometimes, especially on quiet nights, I find myself wondering if she's still out there, wandering from home to home, looking for someone to remember her melody. Story 20. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 3 weeks now, and I still can't make sense of it. I've always considered myself a practical person. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. Or at least I didn't until what happened that night in Millfield. I need to write this down just to convince myself I'm not going crazy. I recently got transferred to Millfield as a ticket collector. It's this small railway junction town I'd never even heard of before getting my posting. The railway department gave me accommodation right next to the station, just a small room with a bathroom attached, but it serves its purpose. I'd only been there 4 days when this happened. That particular day, I had finished an 8-hour shift that ended at 10 in the evening. It had been non-stop work, checking tickets, dealing with passengers, and handling the usual chaos that comes with the job. By the time I got off, I was desperate for a cigarette. I hadn't smoked all day because it's strictly prohibited on trains and platforms. I quickly changed out of my uniform at around 10:30, put on a t-shirt and jeans, and decided to go find a shop to buy cigarettes. This was my first time actually exploring the town at night, since I'd been too exhausted the previous evenings to do anything but crash on my bed. The station area was still bustling with people waiting for late-night trains. I asked a porter where I could find a shop that sold cigarettes, and he pointed me toward the town centre, saying I'd find plenty of shops still open at this hour. I started walking in the direction he pointed. The streets were dimly lit, with occasional street lamps casting long shadows. As I moved further from the station, the number of people thinned out considerably. What struck me as odd was how quickly the busy station atmosphere gave way to eerily quiet streets. After walking for about 20 minutes, I reached what seemed to be the town centre, but to my surprise, every shop was closed. The shutters were down, lights off. Not a single person was around. I checked my watch. It was just past 11. Why would every shop in a railway junction town close so early? I decided to walk further, thinking maybe there was another commercial area nearby. The streets got narrower and the houses looked older. The streetlights here were spaced further apart, creating pockets of darkness between pools of yellow light. My phone showed it was nearly midnight, and I was getting irritated. All I wanted was a single damn cigarette after a long day. The town felt disorienting. Streets curved and twisted in unexpected ways. I'd turn a corner expecting to find a main road, but would end up in another residential lane. It was like the town was deliberately hiding its shops from me. My frustration grew with each passing minute. By 1 in the morning, I was completely lost. My phone battery was at 5%, and I had no idea how to get back to the station. The streets all looked the same in the dark. Narrow lanes with identical houses on both sides. I tried using Google Maps, but the signal kept dropping. I sat down on a low wall to catch my breath and figure out what to do. The night had turned chilly, and I hadn't brought a jacket. My phone finally died, and I was left in complete darkness, save for the distant streetlights. I couldn't believe I'd gotten myself into this situation over a cigarette. Just as I was considering knocking on someone's door to ask for directions, I spotted movement at the end of the street. An elderly couple was walking slowly, followed by two children. They had luggage, a large suitcase, and a couple of bags. I felt immediate relief. Finally, some people I could talk to. I approached them and explained my situation. The old man, he must have been in his 70s, smiled kindly. He introduced himself as Mr. Sharma and his wife as Mrs. Sharma. The children, a boy and a girl who looked about 10 and 8, stood quietly behind them. "We're heading to the station," Mr. Sharma said. "We're catching the 3:45 train. You can walk with us." I nearly collapsed with relief. "Thank you so much. I've been wandering for hours trying to find an open shop." Mrs. Sharma looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, somewhere between concern and something else I couldn't place. "Why would you need a shop at this hour?" she asked. "I just wanted to buy cigarettes," I admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. The little boy suddenly spoke up. "Smoking is bad for you. My uncle says it can kill you." I smiled awkwardly. Kids and their blunt honesty, Mr. Sharma explained they were returning from visiting their in-laws and had decided to take the early morning train rather than wait until daylight. As we walked, I noticed something strange about the family. Despite carrying luggage and having two children with them, they moved silently. The suitcase wheels made no sound on the pavement. The children didn't fidget or complain about being awake so late. They just walked quietly, almost gliding alongside their grandparents. The route they took seemed different from the one I had come by. We passed through areas I hadn't seen before, an old playground with rusted swings, an abandoned building that might have once been a school, and a small temple that looked centuries old. The whole time, they maintained light conversation, asking about my job and how I liked Millfield. "It's a strange town," I said. "I can't believe all the shops close so early, especially near a railway junction." Mr. Sharma gave me an odd look but didn't comment. As we walked, I started feeling uneasy. The streets seemed to stretch longer than they should have. Time felt distorted. We'd been walking for what felt like an hour, but when I asked Mr. Sharma the time, he said it was just past 2:30. That couldn't be right. It felt much later. The little girl hadn't spoken the entire time, but suddenly she tugged at my sleeve. When I looked down, she said, "You shouldn't smoke. It makes the angels sad." I forced a smile, not knowing how to respond to that. The way she looked at me, it was like she could see right through me. Her eyes seemed older than her years. Finally, around 3 in the morning, according to Mr. Sharma, we reached the station. It was exactly as I had left it, busy with passengers waiting for trains. The station clock confirmed it was indeed 3 a.m. I turned to thank the family, but they were already walking toward the platform. I called out, "Thank you for helping me find my way back." Mr. Sharma turned and nodded. "Take care of yourself, young man." I watched them disappear into the crowd before heading to the staff room to warm up. Inside, I found two of my colleagues who looked surprised to see me. "Rajiv, where have you been?" one of them asked. "The night supervisor was asking about you earlier." "I went into town looking for cigarettes but got lost," I explained. "Every shop was closed, and I spent hours wandering around until I met a family who showed me the way back." My colleagues exchanged glances. "What do you mean every shop was closed? The shops near the station stay open until at least 2 a.m. because of passenger traffic." I frowned. That can't be right. I walked all over town. Everything was shut down before 11. "You must have gone in the wrong direction," one suggested. "The shops on the east side close early, but the west side, where most passengers go, stays open late." I was too tired to argue. I told them I was going to get some sleep and headed back to my room. My head was pounding and I felt disoriented. Had I really walked in the wrong direction for hours? It seemed impossible. I collapsed on my bed around 3:30 and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. My alarm went off at 5:30. I had the morning shift starting at 7, and I needed to shower and get ready. Despite only 2 hours of sleep, I felt strangely refreshed. I decided to try again to find a cigarette shop before work. I walked out of the station and headed west, as my colleagues had suggested. To my shock, within 5 minutes, I found a row of shops, all open, with people buying tea, newspapers, and yes, cigarettes. I approached one shop and bought a pack. "Excuse me," I asked the shopkeeper, "what time did you close last night?" "We're open until 2 in the morning, sir," he replied, "every day." "And you're on this same spot every day?" He looked at me strangely. "For the past 15 years, yes." I walked back to the station in a daze. How had I missed this entire row of shops just a few hours ago? It didn't make any sense. When I reached my room, my phone rang. It was my father calling from my hometown. I answered, expecting our usual morning check-in, but his voice was heavy with grief. "Rajiv, I have bad news," he said. "Aditya passed away last night. Heart attack. It was sudden." Aditya, my childhood best friend. We'd grown up together, gone to school together. We'd drifted apart over the years, but still kept in touch occasionally. I felt like the ground had disappeared beneath my feet. "When?" I managed to ask. "Around 10:30 last night," my father said. "His parents called us this morning." 10:30. The exact time I had set out looking for cigarettes. After hanging up, I sat on my bed trying to process everything. That's when I remembered something important about Aditya. He had been vehemently anti-smoking. His grandfather had died of lung cancer, and Aditya had made it his mission to prevent everyone he knew from smoking. Throughout our teenage years, he had constantly lectured me about it, thrown away my cigarettes, and even once made me promise to quit. I never kept that promise. The elderly couple, the children, the strange journey through streets that seemed to exist outside normal space and time, the little boy saying smoking can kill you, the little girl saying it makes the angels sad. Had Aditya somehow reached out from beyond death to keep me from smoking that night? Had he orchestrated that entire strange experience? I've tried finding that family at the station. I've asked other staff if they saw an elderly couple with 2 children boarding the 3:45 train. No one remembers them. I've tried retracing my steps from that night, but I can't find the playground, the abandoned school, or the ancient temple we passed. The pack of cigarettes I bought that morning sits unopened on my shelf. I can't bring myself to smoke them. Every time I look at the pack, I remember the little girl's words. It makes the angels sad. I don't know what happened that night in Millfield. I don't know if I temporarily lost my mind, or if my grief over Aditya manifested in some bizarre hallucination, or if, somehow, my friend found a way to look out for me one last time. All I know is that I haven't smoked since, and I don't think I ever will again. Story 21. I've been dog-sitting for extra cash since college, and it's usually easy money. Take care of someone's pet, water some plants, stay in a nice house for free. I've done it dozens of times without any problems, until last week. I agreed to watch this 6-month-old Vizsla puppy named Cooper for the Millers while they were on vacation for 5 days. They seemed like a normal couple, both in their 40s, lived in one of those newer developments where all the houses look similar, big 2-story with an open floor plan. Nothing unusual. From the minute I walked in, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. The house was beautiful, clean, well decorated, nothing outwardly creepy, but there was this heaviness to the air that made my skin prickle. I brushed it off as nerves, since it was a new place. The layout was pretty standard except for this second-floor walkway that overlooked the living room. It ran the entire length of the upstairs, with bedrooms off to the sides. The Millers had set me up with bedding on the couch in the living room, directly under this walkway. I remember thinking it was weird they didn't offer the guest room, but whatever. That first night started fine. Cooper was adorable and playful. We went for a walk around 7, had dinner, and I settled in to watch some Netflix. Around 11, I made up the couch and got ready for bed. Cooper curled up in his bed near me, and I turned off all the lights, except a small lamp in the corner. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up around 1 in the morning to Cooper barking. Not just a little woof, but full-on aggressive barking. He was standing at the edge of the living room, facing the foyer entrance, hackles raised. I got up and checked, but there was nothing there. "It's okay, buddy," I told him, trying to sound confident, even though my heart was racing. He eventually settled down, and I went back to sleep. 45 minutes later, he was at it again. This time, he was staring up at the walkway, barking like crazy. I looked up but couldn't see anything in the darkness. I turned on more lights and walked around downstairs, thinking maybe it was just house noises settling. Cooper followed me the entire time, still on edge. This pattern continued all night. By 3:30 in the morning, I was exhausted and irritated. Cooper would fall asleep for 20 minutes, then suddenly bolt upright and start barking at nothing. I checked doors, windows, closets. Everything was secure. I even went upstairs, with Cooper glued to my side, and checked all the rooms. Nothing was out of place. I finally fell into a deep sleep around 3:30. Only to jerk awake at 6:30 to what sounded exactly like voices coming from the kitchen. Not loud, more like a murmur of conversation. My first thought was that the Millers had come home early and were talking quietly to avoid waking me. I sat up and called out, "Hello?" The voices stopped instantly. I got up and checked the kitchen, empty. Checked the garage. Their cars weren't there. I even checked my phone to see if they'd messaged about coming home early. Nothing. I convinced myself it must have been the TV from next door or an auditory hallucination from sleep deprivation. That has to happen, right? When you're super tired, your brain plays tricks on you. The day went normally. Cooper was perfectly behaved, playful and sweet. Nothing strange happened at all. But as night approached, I felt increasingly anxious about sleeping in that living room again. For the second night, I decided to sleep on the pull-out couch in the den instead. It was smaller, but felt more enclosed and secure than the open living room with that walkway looming over me. I also left more lights on, the hallway light, a lamp in the living room, and the stove light in the kitchen. I put Cooper's bed next to mine and tried to fall asleep, but every noise had me on edge. Around midnight, I started hearing this clicking sound, not mechanical like a clock or heater, but more like someone rapidly tapping their fingernails on a hard surface. It would happen for a few seconds, stop for a minute, then start again. Then I heard what sounded like shuffling footsteps from upstairs, like someone walking very lightly across the carpet. Cooper heard it too. His head popped up and he stared at the ceiling, though he didn't bark this time, just watched. Later there were taps coming from the kitchen, 3 distinct taps, pause, 3 more taps, pause, 3 final taps. Then nothing for 20 minutes, then the same pattern again. Cooper started his barking episodes sporadically throughout the night, though less frequently than the first night. Each time, I'd turn on more lights and check, finding nothing. I maybe slept 2 hours total, and just like the night before, I woke up at exactly 6:30 to the sound of voices. This time they seemed closer, like they were in the living room instead of the kitchen. I couldn't make out words, just the cadence of conversation. When I got up to check, Cooper refused to come with me. He just stayed on the pull-out couch watching me with these wide, anxious eyes. Nothing in the living room, nothing in the whole house, just me and a scared dog. By this point, I was seriously sleep-deprived and starting to question my sanity. I texted the Millers some casual question about Cooper's feeding schedule just to confirm they were still on vacation. They responded right away with a happy message and a photo of them on a beach. Definitely not in the house with me. I couldn't take another night without sleep, so I decided to go home during the day to nap in my own bed. I took Cooper with me. The Millers said that was fine when we'd discussed the arrangement initially. I slept for 4 solid hours and felt somewhat human again. I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid in an unfamiliar house and resolved to be more rational for night 3. Big mistake. The third night started okay. I was back in the den on the pull-out couch, Cooper beside me. I'd brought a white noise machine from home to help mask any house sounds that might be freaking me out. I fell asleep around 11:30 and actually stayed asleep for almost 2 hours. Then Cooper woke me up with the most terrifying growl I've ever heard. Not barking this time. A low, rumbling growl that made the hair on my arms stand up. He was staring intently toward the foyer, his body completely rigid. Before I could react, he bolted off the bed and ran toward whatever he saw. I called after him in a harsh whisper, not wanting to speak too loudly because, honestly, I was terrified of being heard by whatever was out there. I counted to 30, trying to calm myself down. Cooper hadn't come back. I had to go after him. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, then crept out of the den. I found Cooper in the foyer, sniffing frantically around the front door. The door was still locked, deadbolt in place. Nothing seemed disturbed. Just as I was about to coax Cooper back to bed, the tapping started from the kitchen. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. I froze, and this time I decided to count the seconds between sets. 8 seconds between each set, every time. When the tapping stopped, I waited. Exactly 4 minutes later, it started again. 3 sets of 3 taps, 8 seconds apart. It was so precise, so deliberate. It couldn't be random house noises. It felt like someone was trying to communicate. I didn't check the kitchen. I couldn't make myself walk in there. Instead, I hurried back to the den with Cooper and closed the door. We both sat on the bed, wide awake, until around 5:30, when I finally drifted off from pure exhaustion. At exactly 7:30, I woke up to a woman's voice whispering my name directly into my exposed ear. Miranda. Clear as day, not muffled, not distant, right there, lips practically touching my ear. I've never moved so fast in my life. I jumped up, screaming, and turned on every light I could reach. Cooper was barking frantically, jumping on and off the bed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. There was nobody there. The den door was still closed. The windows were locked. No one could have gotten in, whispered in my ear, and left without opening that door. I was shaking so badly I could barely function, but I managed to take Cooper out for his morning walk. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time, convinced someone was watching us. Back inside, I fed him and then packed up my stuff. There was no way I was spending another night in that house. I texted the Millers that I had a family emergency and needed to arrange for someone else to watch Cooper for the last day. They were understanding and said their neighbor could take over. I stayed just long enough for the neighbor to arrive, handed over the keys, and got the hell out of there. That night, safely back in my own apartment, I tried to process what had happened by writing it all down. But even as I sat at my kitchen table, laptop open, I kept hearing noises, little clicks and taps, whispers just at the edge of hearing. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, turn to look, and find nothing. It's been 4 days now, and I still don't feel right. I keep waking up at 3:30 and 6:30 every morning. Sometimes I think I hear my name being whispered. I haven't been back to that house, and I never will. I haven't told anyone the full story because I know how crazy it sounds. What scares me most is that I don't know if something followed me home from that house or if I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that something in that house knew my name, and whatever it was, it wanted my attention. Story 22. This happened back in 1996 when I was 14. My family had this big old house in rural Pennsylvania, the kind with too many rooms and weird little spaces that made no sense. It was built in the 20s and had that creepy vibe even in broad daylight. High ceilings, wood floors that creaked no matter how carefully you walked, and these old-fashioned door handles that would turn by themselves sometimes. My parents, my 2 older brothers and I lived there, but at that time, my oldest brother Bud had moved back in with his wife and their little girl Laura. She was almost 2, this chubby-cheeked toddler who was just learning to talk and had these big brown eyes that lit up whenever she saw me. I was her favorite uncle, probably because I was the youngest and still had enough energy to play with her for hours. Looking back now, there were always weird things happening in that house. Doors that wouldn't stay closed, footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, and this persistent cold spot in the hallway that never went away, even in summer. My mum would joke about our friendly ghost, but none of us really thought much about it. That day started like any other school day. I remember it was a Wednesday because we had early dismissal for teacher meetings. I got home around 1:30 in the afternoon, dumped my backpack by the door like I always did, which drove my mum crazy, and headed to the kitchen for a snack. I could smell something cooking, my mum's meatloaf, and I called out to her as I walked in. "Hey, Mum, I'm home." She was at the stove, stirring something. "Hi, honey. How was school?" "Boring. Is anyone else home?" I asked, opening the fridge and grabbing the orange juice. "Your dad's at work, and Bud took Jennifer to run some errands. They should be back later." I poured myself a glass of juice and walked into the living room, and that's when I saw Laura in her baby walker. She was scooting around, pushing herself backward, mostly because she hadn't quite figured out how to go forward yet. She had on this little pink overall thing with a white shirt underneath. I remember because she'd spilled something on it, probably juice. "They left Laura here?" I asked, a bit surprised since Jennifer rarely left her with anyone, even family. My mom called back from the kitchen, "Can you keep an eye on her while I finish up in here, just for a little while?" I didn't mind at all. Like I said, Laura and I got along great. I sat on the floor and started playing with her, rolling a ball that she'd try to catch. She'd laugh every time it bounced away from her, this high-pitched giggle that was impossible not to smile at. After a while, I got some Cheerios from the kitchen and put them on her walker tray. She'd pick them up one by one with her chubby little fingers, sometimes missing her mouth and dropping them on the floor. I'd pick them up and hand them back to her, and she'd try again. We played like this for over an hour. I remember looking at the clock on the VCR and seeing it was almost 3. Laura was getting restless in her walker, so I took her out and sat her on the carpet with some of her toys. She babbled away in that half-language toddlers have, saying "unka," her version of uncle, and pointing at things she wanted me to get for her. At one point she got thirsty and started doing the sign for drink that Jennifer had taught her, this little hand motion like she was tipping a cup to her mouth. I went to the kitchen and got her sippy cup from the fridge. My mom was still cooking, now chopping vegetables for a salad. I filled Laura's cup with watered-down apple juice and brought it back to her. The afternoon went on like this, me playing with Laura, her drinking juice, eating Cheerios, crawling around, me making sure she didn't get into anything dangerous. Totally normal. Then around 3:30, I heard the front door open and my dad's voice. "Anyone want to help with these groceries?" I called back, "Coming?" and looked around for Laura, who had crawled behind the couch. I couldn't see her right away, but figured she was fine for the few seconds it would take me to help Dad. When I got to the door, he was struggling with several paper bags of groceries. "There's more in the car," he said, handing me 2 bags. "Your brother's right behind me." I took the bags and set them on the counter, then went back to find Laura before heading out for more groceries. But she wasn't behind the couch. I checked under the coffee table, behind the armchair, even behind the TV stand, all her favorite hiding spots. Nothing. My heart started racing. I ran back to the kitchen. "Mom, where's Laura?" She looked at me with a confused expression. "What do you mean?" "Laura! I was watching her and now I can't find her." Before she could answer, I ran back to the living room, now genuinely panicking. The front door was still open from when Dad came in. What if she had crawled outside? She was just starting to crawl fast, and I knew how quickly toddlers could move when you weren't looking. I ran outside, nearly colliding with Bud, who was walking up the driveway with his wife Jennifer. They both had grocery bags too. I blurted out, "I can't find Laura. She was just in the living room and now she's gone." Bud looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? Laura's right there." He nodded toward their car, and that's when I saw her. Laura was strapped into her car seat in the back of their sedan, happily chewing on a stuffed animal. Jennifer had set down her grocery bags and was opening the back door to unbuckle her. I just stood there, completely confused. But she was just... I was playing with her all afternoon. Jennifer gave me a weird look as she lifted Laura out of the car seat. "She's been with us all day, Alex. We took her to the market with us." I felt like I was losing my mind. I followed them inside, trying to make sense of what was happening. Laura was wearing a completely different outfit than the one I'd seen her in all afternoon. Now she had on blue overalls and a striped shirt. During lunch, I tried to apologize for letting Laura wander off, thinking maybe I'd just been confused about who had her. But everyone at the table just stared at me. "You weren't watching Laura," Bud said flatly. "She was with us the whole time. We left right after you went to school this morning and just got back now." "But Mom asked me to watch her while she cooked," I insisted, looking at my mother for backup. Mom shook her head. "Honey, I was in the kitchen alone. Laura wasn't here." "But I gave her Cheerios," I said, my voice rising with frustration. "And apple juice in her sippy cup. I've been playing with her for over an hour." The whole family exchanged concerned glances. My dad asked if I was feeling okay. Jennifer suggested maybe I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it, but I knew I hadn't been dreaming. The Cheerios were still scattered on the living room floor. The sippy cup was still there, half empty. After lunch, I went back to the living room and found the sippy cup exactly where I'd left it. There were Cheerio crumbs on the carpet. The ball we'd been playing with was still under the coffee table, but Laura had never been there. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what had happened. I'd spent over an hour interacting with something that looked exactly like my niece, that ate food, drank juice, laughed and played and called me Unka. Something that was solid enough to pick up toys and Cheerios, that made noise when it moved around, that had weight when I lifted it out of the walker. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I wasn't on any medication. I hadn't been drinking or doing drugs. I wasn't particularly tired or stressed. There was no reason for me to hallucinate something so vivid and detailed for such an extended period. The next day, I asked my brother if Laura had ever mentioned playing with me the day before. He said no, but she was just learning to talk, so that didn't prove anything. I asked if anyone in the family had ever experienced anything similar in the house. My mom hesitated before admitting that she'd sometimes hear a child laughing or crying when no one was there. My older brother said he'd once seen someone walking up the stairs from the corner of his eye, but when he turned to look, no one was there. We moved out of that house a year later for unrelated reasons, and I've never gone back. But I still think about that day all the time. What was I playing with for that hour? It wasn't a hallucination. The physical evidence was there afterward. It wasn't a dream, and it wasn't my niece. The only explanation I can come up with is that it was some kind of mimic, something that could take the form of a person so perfectly that even someone who knew that person well couldn't tell the difference. Something that could eat and drink and interact with the physical world. The most disturbing part is how normal it all seemed. Whatever I was playing with behaved exactly like Laura in every way. It didn't do anything strange or scary. It didn't try to harm me. It just existed, pretending to be my niece for an hour, and then disappeared when the real Laura came home. Sometimes I wonder if it was lonely, if it just wanted company for a while. Or maybe it was trying to lure me into something I can't even imagine. I'll never know. Laura is in college now, and I've never told her about this. What would I even say? Hey, remember that time when you were two and something pretended to be you for an afternoon? I don't know what I experienced that day, but I know it was real, and I know that sometimes things can look exactly like the people we love, down to the smallest detail, and we would never know the difference until it's too late. Story 23. I'm still trying to understand what happened to me 3 years ago. I've gone through hundreds of explanations in my head, from hallucinations to sleep paralysis to actual supernatural encounters. Nothing quite fits. I've only told a handful of people about this, and most think I was just an impressionable teenager who got spooked. Maybe posting this will help me make sense of it, or at least find someone who's experienced something similar. I grew up in a quiet suburb outside Portland. My parents are devout Catholics, like Sunday Mass without fail, no meat on Fridays during Lent, pictures of saints on the walls kind of Catholics. As a kid, I went along with it all. By 14, though, I was done. The endless rules felt suffocating, and I couldn't reconcile the church's teachings with what I was learning about science and history. My rebellion started small. I'd sneak books about different religions and spiritual practices from the library. Buddhism led to Wicca, led to general paganism. I was drawn to meditation in particular. There was something freeing about sitting quietly with my thoughts instead of reciting memorized prayers. My bedroom became my sanctuary. I decorated it with posters of bands my parents disapproved of, crystals hidden in my desk drawer, and a reproduction of Van Gogh's Starry Night I'd bought at a school art fair. Something about those swirling stars spoke to me. They felt alive, vibrant in a way the sterile religious imagery in our house never did. For 2 years, I practiced meditation and dabbled in small rituals in secret. Nothing dark or sinister, mostly visualizations, setting intentions, that kind of thing. I was skeptical about whether any of it actually worked, but it felt good to have something that was just mine, something my parents couldn't control. By 16, my little rebellions had become routine. My parents knew I wasn't as enthusiastic about church as they wanted me to be, but they had no idea about my alternative spiritual explorations. I'd gotten pretty good at keeping my two lives separate. The day everything changed started normally. It was a Friday in October, crisp and rainy in that typical Portland way. I'd come home from school, had dinner with my family while half listening to my dad talk about work, then retreated to my room like always. I told my parents I had homework, but what I really wanted was to meditate. I'd been practicing a technique that involved visualizing myself descending through layers of consciousness. I'd sit cross-legged on my bed, start my meditation timer for 20 minutes, close my eyes, and imagine floating downward through colorful layers of light. That night, I got into position and began as usual. At first, everything was normal. I focused on my breathing, felt my body relax, and began the visualization. About 5 minutes in, though, something shifted. The sensation of descending suddenly felt too real, too physical, like I was actually falling. My stomach dropped like I was on a roller coaster that had just crested its highest peak. Along with the falling came an overwhelming wave of sorrow that crashed over me. It wasn't like normal sadness. This felt ancient and vast, like I'd accidentally tapped into some universal well of grief. I tried to pull myself out of the meditation, but the feeling intensified. I opened my eyes, gasping. My room looked normal. Same messy desk, same clothes thrown over my chair, same posters on the walls, but something felt wrong. The air seemed thicker somehow, like the moments before a thunderstorm when everything gets quiet and heavy. That's when I noticed the painting. My Starry Night reproduction was hanging where it always did, above my dresser. But the stars within it were glowing, not reflecting light from my room, actually emitting light, pulsing gently like heartbeats. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me after meditation. The glow remained. As I stared, One star in particular caught my attention, a bright one in the upper left corner, just to the right of that famous cypress tree. While I watched, it grew brighter than the others, its bluish-white light intensifying until it was almost painful to look at. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Even as I got up from my bed and moved toward the painting, my logical brain was screaming that paintings don't glow, that I was experiencing some kind of hallucination, but my body kept moving forward anyway. The strangest thing happened as I approached. The brighter star began to dim, as if a fog was rolling in to obscure it. With each step I took, the fog thickened until, when I was standing directly in front of the painting, the star had disappeared completely. In its place was a dark spot, like a hole in the canvas. I leaned in closer, squinting to make sense of what I was seeing. The darkness wasn't just absence of light, it had depth, like I was looking into a tunnel or cave. And as I stared, something shifted within that darkness. A face emerged. It formed gradually. First eyes, then the suggestion of a nose and mouth. The features weren't entirely human. They were elongated, almost fluid, constantly shifting like they couldn't decide on a final form. I couldn't tell if I was looking at something old or young, male or female. It just was. I should have screamed. I should have run. But I stood there, paralyzed, as more of the figure became visible. A head, shoulders, a torso, all emerging from that impossible darkness within my painting. The figure was pale, almost translucent, with the night sky of the painting visible through parts of it. The most terrifying moment came when I realized the figure saw me too. Our eyes locked, and I knew with absolute certainty that I wasn't hallucinating or dreaming. Whatever this was, it was aware. It was looking at me, looking at it. We stayed like that for what felt like seconds, but must have been longer, neither moving, just acknowledging each other's existence across some impossible boundary. Then it reached for me. An arm extended from the darkness, hand outstretched, fingers elongating beyond what should have been possible. The hand seemed to push against the surface of the painting, causing the canvas to bulge outward slightly, like something pressing against a thin membrane. That broke my trance. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and landing hard on the floor. My heart was hammering so loud I could hear it in my ears. From my position on the floor, I could still see the painting, still see that hand reaching toward where I'd been standing. With a surge of adrenaline, I scrambled to my feet and lunged for the light switch, slapping it on. Bright, artificial light flooded the room, and I spun to face the painting again. It was normal, just a regular reproduction of starry night, stars fixed in their painted positions, no glowing, no darkness, no figure. I approached it cautiously, examining every inch. The canvas was flat, showing no sign of the bulging I'd seen moments before. That's when I noticed my face was wet. I touched my cheeks and realized I'd been crying without even being aware of it. Not just a few tears. My face was soaked, like I'd been sobbing uncontrollably. I checked my phone and got another shock. My 20-minute meditation timer had stopped. It showed I'd been meditating for 18 minutes before I presumably hit pause. But nearly 30 minutes had passed beyond that. I had lost almost half an hour that I couldn't account for. The reality of what had happened, whatever it was, hit me all at once. I bolted from my room and didn't stop until I reached my parents' bedroom. My mom was reading in bed, and I must have looked terrified because she immediately put her book down and asked what was wrong. The words poured out of me, the meditation, the glowing stars, the figure in the painting. I told her everything, including my secret spiritual practices of the past 2 years. I expected anger about the deception, but instead her face went pale. It was a demon, she said without hesitation. The evil one knows when someone leaves the protection of the church. He sent something to tempt you back to darkness. At any other time, I might have rolled my eyes at such a statement, but after what I'd seen, her explanation didn't seem so far-fetched. She elaborated, saying the demon was trying to obscure the holy light of the stars, God's creation, and replace it with darkness. My dad was called in. He listened gravely to my story, then disappeared to return with holy water and his prayer book. That night, they blessed my room while I watched from the doorway, too afraid to go back in. My dad hung a Saint Benedict medal on my wall. Protection against evil, he explained, and sprinkled holy water in each corner. The painting came down immediately. My mum wrapped it in newspaper, then placed it in a garbage bag. She didn't even want it in our trash cans. My dad drove it somewhere to dispose of it that night. I didn't ask where. For weeks afterward, I slept in the guest room. When I finally returned to my bedroom, I kept the lights on all night. I stopped meditating completely. My crystals, books on paganism, all the tools of my secret practices, I gathered them up and got rid of them myself. That was 3 years ago. I'm 19 now, heading to college in a few weeks. My room has been redecorated. The space where Starry Night hung is now occupied by a crucifix. The Saint Benedict medal is still there too, along with other religious symbols my parents have added over time. I wish I could say I've forgotten about what happened or convinced myself it was just my imagination. But even now, I sometimes get that feeling in my room, like the air is thicker, like something is watching me from just out of sight. It doesn't last long, and it's not as intense as that night, but it's there. The experience changed me. I never went back to my occult practices. I'm not as devout as my parents would like. But I've found a weird middle ground with Catholicism. There's comfort in those ancient rituals that I never appreciated before. I don't know what reached for me that night. Was it a demon, as my mother believes? A manifestation of my subconscious? Some entity from another dimension that found a weak spot between worlds? I've gone over it thousands of times and still don't have an answer. What haunts me most is the connection I felt with whatever was in that painting. For those moments when our eyes met, there was recognition there. It knew me, and sometimes in my dreams, I see that hand still reaching, still trying to make contact across some impossible divide. And in those dreams, I'm not running away, I'm reaching back. Story 24. I'm still trying to process what happened to me last summer. I've never told anyone this. Not my dad, not my friends, not even my therapist. But I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me for months. So last June, my dad and I were on this father-son road trip through rural Kentucky. I'd just finished my sophomore year of college, and Dad thought it would be good to reconnect since I'd been away at school. The trip was going fine, lots of awkward silences and forced conversations about my future, but nothing unusual until that night. We'd been driving all day through these back roads, miles of nothing but farmland and the occasional house. Dad's not great with planning, so of course we hadn't booked a place to stay. By the time 8 or 9 p.m. rolled around, we were running low on gas in the middle of nowhere. When we finally spotted this tiny gas station, it was like finding an oasis. The place was old, like seriously old. One of those places with manual pumps and a little convenience store that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s. The fluorescent lights flickered inside, and there was only this older guy behind the counter who barely looked up from his newspaper when we walked in. "Any motels around here?" my dad asked. The guy just shook his head. "Nearest one's about 40 miles north." Dad looked at me and sighed. "Guess we're sleeping in the car tonight." I wasn't thrilled, but whatever. We bought some snacks, used their disgusting bathroom, and filled up the tank. Dad parked our car on this little gravel area off to the side of the gas station. Not exactly a parking lot, just a patch of ground where the trees had been cleared. Dad reclined his seat almost immediately. "I'm beat. Wake me if you need anything," he said, and within minutes he was snoring. I tried to get comfortable, but the car was too hot and stuffy, even with the windows cracked. By 11 p.m., I was going stir-crazy. Dad was still passed out, and I needed to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. I grabbed my phone, battery at 23%, great, and quietly got out of the car. The night was eerily quiet. No traffic on the road, just crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. The gas station was closed now, its lights off, except for one security light near the pumps. The moon was almost full, casting this weird bluish light over everything. I walked around a bit just trying to cool off, when I noticed something across the road, a cornfield. In the moonlight, I could see the stalks swaying slightly in the breeze. For some reason, it caught my attention. Maybe because I'd never really seen a cornfield up close before, being a city kid and all. Without really thinking about it, I crossed the empty road toward the field. As I got closer, I felt this, I don't know how to describe it, like a weight on my shoulders, like someone was watching me. It was probably just my imagination running wild in the dark, so I ignored it. The cornfield was bigger than it looked from across the road. The stalks were tall, taller than me, and they rustled in a way that made my skin crawl a little. But I was 20, you know. I wasn't going to get freaked out by some plants. Then I saw it, this massive white barn at the edge of the cornfield. I hadn't noticed it from the road because it was set back a bit, but in the moonlight it stood out starkly against the darkness. It was one of those old-style barns, but what caught my eye were these weird stripes, either dark red or black. It was hard to tell in the moonlight, running vertically along the sides. Not your typical barn paint job. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to it. It was just so out of place, like it didn't quite belong there. I started walking toward it, pushing through the edge of the cornfield. As I got closer, I noticed something on the corner of the barn. At first, I thought it was a bell or some kind of farm equipment hanging there. It was round and pale, catching the moonlight. But as I kept walking closer, squinting to make it out, God, my hands are shaking just typing this. It wasn't a bell, it was a head. A fucking head peering around the corner of the barn, looking directly at me. I froze, completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The head was bald and too pale, like unnaturally white, and it was too high up the corner of the barn, way too high. Whatever it was attached to had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall. For what felt like forever, probably just 5 or 10 seconds in reality, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think about running. The thing didn't move either, just watched me with these eyes that seemed to reflect the moonlight like an animal's. Then my phone chimed with a low battery notification, and the spell broke. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, through the corn, across the road, back to the car. I don't even remember my feet hitting the ground. I just remember the sound of corn stalks whipping past me and my own panicked breathing. I practically dove into the car and slammed the door, breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. My dad didn't even stir. How the hell could he sleep through that? I locked all the doors and sank down in my seat, trying not to look out the windows. My mind was racing. What the fuck had I just seen? It couldn't have been a person. No one is that tall. And that skin, it wasn't just pale, it was white, like paper, like something that had never seen the sun. I sat there for hours, unable to sleep, jumping at every sound outside the car. I kept thinking I could hear movement in the cornfield across the road, but I refused to look. I didn't want to see that thing again. Didn't want to know if it had followed me. When the first light of dawn finally came, I nearly cried with relief. My dad woke up, stretched, and acted like nothing was wrong. Like we hadn't just spent the night parked next to a field with something in it. "Sleep okay?" he asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak without my voice cracking. As we drove away, I finally looked back at the field and the barn. In the morning light, it all looked so normal. Just a cornfield and an old white barn with faded red stripes. But I know what I saw. That thing was real. We finished our trip, but I was distant the whole time. Dad probably thought I was just being a moody college kid. How could I tell him I'd seen some kind of, I don't even know what to call it, entity, monster? I couldn't find the words then, and I still can't now. The worst part is that I can't stop thinking about it. I'll be sitting in class or lying in bed, and suddenly I'll remember those eyes staring at me from around the corner of the barn. I'll remember how tall it had to have been. I'll wonder what would have happened if my phone hadn't gone off, if I'd stood there a second longer or, God forbid, walked closer. I've spent hours researching Kentucky folklore, looking for anything similar to what I saw. The closest I've found are stories about corn demons, or tales of scarecrows coming to life. Nothing that quite matches what I experienced. I was completely sober that night. No drugs, no alcohol, not even any medication that could explain hallucinations. I wasn't particularly tired or stressed. There's no rational explanation for what I saw. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back. Find that gas station, that field, that barn, see if it's still there. But then I remember those eyes, and I know I never want to set foot in rural Kentucky again. The thing that scares me the most isn't just the memory of what I saw. It's the certainty I feel that whatever was watching me from that barn isn't the only one of its kind. That there are things out there, hiding in plain sight, in the dark corners of rural America. Things that most people are lucky enough never to encounter. I used to be skeptical about supernatural stories. I'd roll my eyes at ghost hunting shows and laugh at people who claim to have seen monsters or aliens. Now I believe there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that shouldn't exist but do. I still haven't told my family. What would I even say? Hey, Dad, remember that night we slept in the car? While you were snoring, I went for a walk and saw a 7-foot-tall pale humanoid watching me from a barn. He'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. That would be the easiest explanation, wouldn't it? That I imagined the whole thing, or that my eyes played tricks on me in the moonlight. That would be comforting, but I know what I saw. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear cornstalks rustling outside my window, even though I live in an apartment in the city now. I've started keeping my blinds closed at night because I can't shake the feeling that if I looked out, I'd see that pale face staring back at me. The strangest thing is that part of me feels like it recognized me somehow, not like we'd met before, but like it knew who or what I was. Like it had been waiting for someone to notice it, and now that I have, it hasn't forgotten me. I don't know what to do with this experience. I don't know if writing about it here will help or just make it more real. All I know is that I can't forget what happened, and I can't explain it, and that terrifies me more than anything. If anyone reading this has seen something similar or knows anything about what I might have encountered, please let me know. But if you're driving through rural Kentucky and see a cornfield with an old white barn at the edge, just keep driving. Don't stop. Don't get out of your car. And whatever you do, don't go looking for what might be watching you from around the corner, because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And I have a feeling that whatever was in that barn that night is still there, still watching, still waiting for the next curious traveler to wander too close.